In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you so much. Hello, Ashton. Hey, Ashton, where have you been? It is so good to see you this morning. Grand Rising. Okay, so, hey, Bush Baby, Grand Rising to you as well. Okay, so, let me see. It's just so much to talk about. I hope you guys are doing well. Yesterday, me and the dogs, we went out. We went out by the water, and it was so fun watching them all stimulated by the water, the other dogs. Let's get into them lies. Oh my God, we gonna get into. Do you think I'm not gonna talk about all of those lies? I don't even know where to start first. But so it was fun watching the dogs get all overstimulated and having fun. So we sat down. We sat down for a couple of seconds, and we were just chilling out. And it was a little bush and, a little step up, and it was a little bush behind us. And Rascal was looking in the actual direction. And the people in front of us, they had a little baby, and they was like, "Oh, isn't he cute? Isn't he cute?" And then all of a sudden, a rabbit came out of nowhere. And I was like, I looked toward Rascal, and then I saw the rabbit, and I was like, "Oh my God, he is going to go for that rabbit." But he didn't see the rabbit. It was so funny. I was like, "How did you not see the rabbit?" It was just so close to him. However, guess who did see the rabbit? Saucy saw the rabbit, and she was far away. She just happened to look over there, and she chased squirrels. I mean, she has almost caught squirrels so many times, and she took off for that rabbit. But the rabbit he hopped really fast into a bush. So it was funny. I said all that to say it was hilarious. She is. I think the rabbit was probably almost as big as her, so she would have had a fight on her hands. So I hope you guys had a good evening. Let me set my goals. They are what they always are if you've learned something new. Hey, foot soldier, grand rising. Um, my Charlie is a squirrel catcher. Got to keep him on the leash at all times. They were on the leash. That's the only reason I believe. That's the only reason I believe Saucy has never caught them, and that's the reason I always have them on a harness because that harness will catch her sometimes, and I'll be like, if she had a leash on her collar, she'd boomeranged herself back. Oh my God, some squirrels just make it up the tree just in the nick of time. I seen a skunk. I dog walked it. No, I ran. Don't play with skunk. Listen, we had a we had an issue with a skunk. I've had two dogs get sprayed by a skunk. My Lhasa Apso, he got sprayed by a skunk, and that's when I found out that you have to keep tomato juice around because if you try to wash them, it's not going to get the smell out. But tomato juice will make the smell go away, but you have to bathe them in tomato juice. So when Rascal it was so funny when it was so funny because Rascal is hard headed. He gets if he see another animal that he's gonna chase, he just get centered in. He can't hear anything else. Uh, we had been out, and so we opened the back door to let him out. You know, when we're letting him out just to pee when we know 9 times out of 10 he don't have to take a poop. He gets walked 2 times a day for his poops, and then when you think he just got a tittle a little bit, so we open up the door, and then there's a skunk out there about I don't know 50 feet away, and he takes off after the skunk, and then I take off after him, and I'm like, no, everything was in slow motion. And my husband, he runs in the house and he's closing the door. I was like, what are you doing? He was like, I'm running towards the dog, and he's running in the house trying to close the door. So I don't know. The the skunk sprayed Rascal. He ran around the house, and then he came to the front door, and I'm like looking for him, like, where did he go? Where did he go? And I finally go around the front. He's standing at the front door, smelling like smelling so horrible. And so take him upstairs. I have some tomato juice this time, and it got the smell out. It was horrible. Yes, they get tunnel vision. That's exactly what I'm saying, Bush baby. Um, he put baby in garbage. What do you mean, Ashton be okay? I'm gonna let Ashton go on and talk. I'm not sure what Ashton is talking about. Somebody put baby in the garbage, and shit. The other day, Grand Rising, M Renee. So I gave Rascal and Saucy a bath the other day, and they, they're all soft. Oh, especially Rascal. Rascal has hair. He doesn't have fur. He has hair, and he is so soft and supple. He has all white paws. All four of his paws are white, and his chest is white. And so I go outside, I open up the little gate on the patio to let him outside to tinkle, because I'm sitting here and I'm watching TV, and he's looking out the door to the patio. It's a glass door, not a sliding door, a glass door, and he's whining like he needs to get out. And then there's a bush right aside the gate, and it's a big, wide, round bush, not tall, just round, and it's about 4 feet long, and it's low and it's round, and so as soon as I open the gate, all of a sudden he goes under the bush, and I didn't even know that there was a under to get under the bush. And I am like, "What are you doing? Come back!" And then all of a sudden, a cat runs from the back of the bush, and I was like, "You have got to be kidding!" So he must have seen the cat go behind the bush, and then he act, acted as if he needed to go. He was whining like he needed to go, and he had just had his bath, and then he go under the bush. I don't know how he did that. He went under the bush, and then the cat takes off, and he takes off after the cat. And then I go out and I'm trying to find him. And then he comes around the other way, and we meet up with each other. And then I give him the bad boy thing. And then he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself." Grand Rising, Bernice. Good to see you, Nappy Child. It's good to see you. Good morning, Ronnie Q, Saucy, and Chat, and Rascal, of course. Okay, so yeah, Rascal got on my nerves the other day, but he still feels soft and fluffy. He didn't get too dirty. I had to wash his paws. I got the little thing off of Amazon. It has the little nubby things inside of it. Kind of made like I don't know. It has some little, it's silicone little nubs inside. It's like a cup, and you can put a little shampoo in it, just a drop, not a lot. A drop of shampoo or whatever type of soap you want to put in it. And then when you come in, if it's been raining, they're hairy dogs. So not Saucy, her feet don't get a lot of hair on them because her fur kind of thins out at the feet. But Rascal, I always have to trim his feet, trim his butt, all of these types of stuff, all of this type of stuff. But he has more hair on his feet, and it's not the hair that just lays down. Saucy, her hair lays down on her feet. I still dunk her feet anyway. So and it has a little nylon nubbies in it, and you take their paw and you dip their paw in it, and the nubbies clean in between their paws and everything, and then you take a towel and just dry their paws off. If you have a dog, if you take the dog out, dog getting something, it's rainy or whatever, it's always good to have those. And they have several different sizes, if you have small, medium, or large dogs. So check it out on Amazon. I need to start my Amazon store back up. I had an Amazon store, and that was one of the items that was in my store. Ashton said, "Yeah, you have that." Okay, so yeah, that's a real good thing. Um, and it doesn't, if it bothered the feet, rascal. I mean the paws, the feet. If it bothered the paws, rascal wouldn't be too keen on it. But he sits there and he lets you dunk his paw, and they're used to it now. They like they don't come in the house. They sit there, you dunk their paw or whatever. So Anyway, they always have to get wiped down in certain areas after they come in anyway, with a doggy wipe. Okay, so let's get to the lies. Okay, so if you guys were here with me yesterday, I was about to leave, and I said, well, if this confirmation hearing comes on, I will be back live. Not confirmation. If this what was it? What was it? If the Congress or the Senate comes back to question anybody about that lie about the text stream that got out, I will come back live. And right when I got ready to leave, it was on. I looked over at PBS and it was on. And some of you stayed over here with me and watched it with me. I appreciate that. Please hit the like if you haven't hit the like. I would appreciate that as well. So there was a lot of lies told in that committee investigating what went wrong. And Tulsi Gabbard and what is this other guy's name? Please forgive me. Tulsi Gabbard, she is over. Hey, Nappy Child. Tulsi Gabbard, she is over Homeland Security, I think. Is that her? Or is that the other chick? She showed up for the hearing. She's the over national intelligence. God knows, I don't know how. And Michael Waltz, he is national security advisor. These two people showed up for the hearing, and they did a whole lot of lying. Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't even admit that she was even on the thread. It was an unsecure thread, and they were on there talking about the strikes that they were about to do in Yemen. And it was, from what I understand right now, it was against the law, and they lied and they said that no no secrets, national secrets, were shared. No national secrets are shared. They kind of put it off on Pete Hegseth a lot. What else did they do? It was interesting. But what I got from the whole thing is that neither of them are going to get fired. Tulsi Gabbard, whatever her name is, Tulsi Gabbard, she also said that there's going to be an investigation. So I can't answer that question if she was actually on the phone call. But then all of a sudden, when they're asking the other guy, when they're asking Waltz a question, she comes behind him and says, there was no national information. There was no private information. Please, please, move. There was no private information given on that phone call. So you can't say if you were on the phone call, but you can assert that there was no national secrets not the phone call on that text thread, but you can say that there was no would you but you can say that there was no national, excuse me, this dog. You can say that there was no national secrets, but you can't say that you was actually on the thread. That's what happened. So, and then Cash Patel, he's over the CIA. He was there as well. So they start asking him questions. Is there an investigation started on it? I'm like, of course not. And then he said he didn't say no. He didn't say yes. He said he was just filled in about the situation last night. Now understand, the whole world had been filled in all day long about the situation. So he's going to say he has not started anything because he was just filled in about the situation last night. Meanwhile, the whole day, this was all over the news. So we have the best and the brightest. Uh, Obviously, we are dealing with the best and the brightest in this administration. You are over the the FBI, and you are just getting the information this late. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Grand Rising T Danielle, thank you for being here. Okay, so let let me see what order do I have this in? It was a whole lot of answers of I can't recall. This is the biggest thing that happened about national security information getting out, and there were a whole lot of I can't recall answers. So the I can't recall answers are things that obviously were yes answers, but they didn't want to say yes to these things, in my opinion. So let me let me hold on. Here we go. Let me play a little clip from the committee and listen to some of the answers to these questions. And there was an interruption during the committee. And I want you to, remember this after the interruption. Uh, uh, Tom Cotton was the chair of the committee. Republican Tom, is it Tom or Tim Cotton? He was the chair of the committee. And after the interruptions, uh, he the it was code pink, and they were saying stop sending Israel money, and they protested, they got thrown out, and he did a whole speech about that's code pink, and they are financed by communist China, and this, that, and the other. And the other particularly strange thing is none of the Republicans asked them any questions about this incident, about this chain thread. They were asking about, what are you guys doing to fight fentanyl in my state? They were asking them all kinds of questions. And when they did broach this subject, they said, well, I have some answers for you, for a closed committee. So they didn't want to talk about it at all. And it was like only one or two of them who said that they had questions that they wanted to ask in a closed session. So I want you to understand that this Tom or Tim Cotton, he after they butted one person out, another person started talking, and then he goes, well, if you keep on talking, you want to go out with them. And then they said something about Israel, and then he said something really, really strange. Now we're talking about the strike on Yemen. Remember, this is what the congressman wanted to know about. But then all of a sudden, Tim Cotton says, we're here for Israel. That's what this conference is for Israel. I want you guys to remember that as I go through my information. Let me see if I can get him. I, I think it's after this. So let's listen to, I think it's Warner, who's asking a couple of questions. Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen with you guys. Do you guys? I'll be back. You're gonna miss the good part. Okay, but go ahead. Do you guys remember any of this that I'm talking about? Did maybe you guys didn't watch it? If you didn't watch it, I'm gonna share my screen with you. Okay, here we go.
Deserve nothing less. We've assembled an impressive team to get
Security Hygiene 101 agent. Okay.
Mr. Warner, he was
stunningly.
He was the co-chair of the committee. He's a Democrat. These are the only people who asked about this breach of protocol. It was a breach of protocol, and it was a breach of national security information. Let's be clear. Now, 4547 did an interview last night, and he said he didn't. Well, it was no problem. He saw no problem with it. Of course you saw no problem with it, because you don't give a damn about no veterans. We already know we don't give a you don't give a shit about no veterans. We know how you treat veterans. We know how you talk about veterans. We know how you avoided the war for what is it? Heel spurs or whatever. We know the way you talked about John McCain. We know that the way that you just talked about regular military people that only losers and something get unalived in wars. We know you don't give a damn about veterans because you are allowing the government is the largest employer of veterans, and you are allowing Muskrat to take 83 or 87,000 jobs from veterans because the federal government is their largest employer. So we know you don't care about veterans. He said that he saw no problem with it, and then all of a sudden, that information, according to 4547, that information was declassified. So you mean to tell me the information was declassified, and they were talking on it on an unsecure app, which is totally against regulations, but everything is okay. And you mean to tell me them talking about it on a unsecure app, and one of them actually being in Russia while talking about it, where they know that all of their devices could be compromised in Russia. Now, Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't answer the question if she was on her personal cell phone. So that's a yes. She would not answer. She refused to answer that question. So let's hear how this hearing started. Let's hear a couple of things from this hearing.
We learned that senior members of this administration, and according to reports, two of our witnesses here today were members of a group chat that discussed highly sensitive and likely classified information that supposedly even included weapons packages, targets, and timing, and included the name of an active CIA agent. Putting aside for a moment the classified information should never be discussed over an unclassified system. It's also just mind-boggling to me that all these senior folks were on this line and nobody bothered to even check Security Hygiene 101. Who are all the names? Who are they?
Okay, so not only did they not check all of the people who were on the line, the reporter, he was there, and his initials in the meeting was GS. He was totally visible during all of these text transmissions, and none of them was curious to be like, hey, who is that? Who is that? That's what he's talking about. They see him sitting there. He's not communicating with them, and they just let this person sit there. It could have been a Russian spy.
Well, it apparently included a journalist. And no matter how much the Secretary of Defense or others want to disparage him, this journalist had at least the ethics to not report, I think, everything he heard. Question I raise is like, everybody on this committee gets briefed on security protocols. We're told you don't make calls outside of SCIFs of this kind of classified nature. We don't know, and I'm going to ask, obviously. Director Gabbard is the executive in charge of all, keeping our secrets safe. Were these government devices? Were they personal devices? Have the devices been collected to make sure there's no malware? There's plenty of declassified information that shows that our adversaries, China and Russia, are trying to break in to encrypted systems like Signal. I can just say this, if this was the case of a military officer or an intelligence officer and they had this kind of behavior, they would be fired. As I think this is one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information, that this is not a one-off or a first-time error. Let me take a couple minutes and review some of the other reckless choices that this administration has made regarding our national security. We all recall, it seems like it wasn't that long ago, but less than 2 months ago, in the first 2 weeks, the administration canceled all U.S. foreign assistance. Now, some may say, how can that?
I'd like to join them. Speak now, please.
Reporter's track record is questionable. I hear that he is a neocon. I found out a little about him yesterday. Allegedly, he worked as a prison guard or something in Israel. What do they call them? The IAE or the war, the soldiers in Israel, and he worked in a prison over in Israel, and they said he's a staunch neocon himself, but he's not like one of these Trumpers. So that's what I heard about him. I don't know. I have an interview that I have that I want to show you now. Okay, so we're at the protest portion of this, and I want you to hear what Cotton. Just keep this in the back of your head. I'm going somewhere with this because I'm gonna weave all of this together beyond this hearing. I want to talk about something that I've talked to you guys and shared with you guys last week about the whole reason why they were doing this operation in Yemen in the first place. So beyond all the bullshit that is happening behind them, even not having somebody so incompetent and unprofessional and unprepared for his job in a job that he doesn't deserve, Pete Hegseth, beyond all of that, his being totally unqualified, this this strike on Yemen is a bigger battle that they want to have with Iran. We talked about that last week. The IDF, thank you. Thank you. The IDF. Hey, Miss Parker, Grand Rising. Okay, so let me let's listen to what Cotton says about why they are here.
Please, so we don't have any more disruptions. As I was saying, the fact that communist China funds Code Pink, which interrupts a hearing like this about Israel, simply illustrates.
Now, what about this hearing was about Israel? Nobody said a word about Israel, and other than Tom Cotton. This is supposed to be about the breach of security, about giving out the secret information about this attack on Yemen. But Tom Cotton told you it was about Israel. Was that a Freudian slip? I don't think so. Let's hear it again.
Saying the greatest threat to world peace is funding Israel. I will observe for the benefit of the audience.
That's what one of the protesters said before they got put out. So he is incensed about that comment. Let's continue.
Here on television that Code Pink is funded by communist China as well, which simply illustrates. Speak up now if you want to be removed as well, whoever's saying that. If anyone else would like to join them, speak now, please, so we don't have any more disruptions. As I was saying, the fact that communist China funds Code Pink, which interrupts a hearing like this about Israel, simply illustrate Director Gabbard's point that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other American adversaries are working in concert to a greater degree than they ever have before.
And yet still they're sitting up and giving information, possibly to Russia, because one of the people who was on this insecure thread, the reason why they was using this thread anyway, because it is the same thread that they use, the muskrats have been using to delete all of their information, so you could not archive this as properly as you're supposed to archive all government paperwork and information when you are working in a presidential administration. That app is designed to delete. We come to find out that all of these messages were scheduled to be deleted in 14 days. It does not save any messages. Once you delete it from whatever device you're using it on, there's no more trace of it that can be pulled up. So let's check out a couple of the answers to these questions.
As the White House previously
Is it classified
stated,
or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Let's go.
Portion of this hearing before that vote closes, after which time we'll move to the closed portion. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to take your extra 13 seconds, but I'm going to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not, are you denying, Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the
Why
specifics.
are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because it's
Council.
all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it classified
stated,
or non-classified
I can
information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Radcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got
So-
a series of questions.
Well,
Director.
but I think it's important because at the outset, you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden
Director
administration.
Radcliffe,
Okay, so there is what Bush Baby said. Miss Parker, thank you for helping me in my pursuit of my goals to maybe say something that you didn't know, or Grand Rising. Thank you for your contribution. Now, he's trying to say that it dated back to the Biden administration, and he was told that they could use a signal. But what were you told about classified information? But that's what we want to know. What were you told about how to handle classified information? And so you're saying that you were told all this was instilled under the Biden administration. So, and I'm sure you being the director of the CIA, you were told how to handle classified information. So if you're trying to present that you thought that it was fine to use this, well, let's see your whole string of the text. So the reporter did not list all of the things that was said, which he said he left out of his report because he felt that it was of national security. I don't understand why he did that, other than this same man, he actually gave the full name of a CIA agent in this text. And he said that it was okay because the CIA agent was not working undercover at this time. He was working at the CIA. So no kidding. Where else would he be working? If he was working undercover, he would still be working for the CIA. But you gave his full name. Okay, so if you were okay to use signal, and it came into effect way back in the Biden administration, okay. Obviously, you were briefed on how you are supposed to handle classified information. So, show us your thread. Let us know. Let's see what happens when they ask him about that.
I've got a series of questions. If you're making
To the point, well,
if you're making the statement, the signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is
I've got a series of
end-to-end decryption. So
It
to
is,
finish,
I understand
it is
encryption.
permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels.
Right.
So those.
So, what formal channels did you guys? What former channels did you guys copy all of this stuff down on? See, that question was never answered because it had. Okay, let's continue.
Those were procedures that were implemented. My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with
So are
those
you saying
processes,
that-
and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful, and did not include classified information.
Well, we will
be
make
clear.
that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. Let me go on. Director,
Why did he get silent then? And where did he transcribe all of the information that they did on Signal? I noticed he left that out of his tirade as well. Let's continue.
Everett, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a skiff?
There was no classified material that was shared in that.
So then
Signal
if there was no
chat.
classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security. Bobbing and weaving and trying to, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that.
And if there's no classified materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then you can't even answer the question whether you were on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember when you couldn't answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Man, I have serious doubts about anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting you. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator, 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference between inadvertent release versus
Careless and sloppy.
malicious leaks of classified information. The second point is there was no classified information that was.
What difference does it make if it was careless or sloppy? When you, hey, Very Carey, Grand Rising, hey, K-Fit, hey, Jill's Comfort Zone, Grand Rising, everybody. Now, what difference does it make if it was released because you guys were in fact careless or sloppy, or if it was released because somebody was maliciously trying to get it to someone who wasn't supposed to have the information? Kind of like the person who was actually in Russia while they were on this link. And you guys are well aware. You just said that actors like Russia and China are trying to do things to get information all the time. You are aware of that, but you decided to. Okay, I'm not going to repeat myself. So let's go to some more good questioning. Now they're asking about their personal states. This is a good line of questioning right here. Let me find the beginning of his line of questioning.
Question for the two of you.
Senator, thank you for the question. I haven't, your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any Signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay, so that's another good question. Do you think that this is the first time that these people have gotten together and talked about things on Signal? Because we know that Doge has been doing it, and a judge wrote in a court order that Doge can no longer do it. And I showed you prior to the election that Peter Vogt wanted to make sure that Project 2025 was not, you were not be able to have a FOIA request about any of the things that they had planned to put in action in the new administration in the first 180 days, because they were not going to be communicating via email. I showed you the undercover report, and the guy who was about to introduce the people who were recording them said that we want to make sure that none of this is FOIAble. That's why we could put out a manual, we could do emails, but we don't want people to be able to request this information when all of this information is supposed to be able to be submitted. You should be able to submit a FOIA request for all of this government information, the public as well as the media. So we know that this has been going on for a while. So I'm sure that there are a whole. I think that there should actually be something done where they cannot use this app at all, because the whole premise of this app is to wipe away anything that was said on this app permanently and not to be retrieved. So why are you talking about government anything on this app when you're supposed to submit all of the stuff to so it can be archived? Let's continue.
Okay. Director Gabbard?
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any Signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
Yeah, and I just think it's important to follow through here. Would the two of you cooperate with an audit to confirm that that is that is the case?
I have no objection.
Senator, I'll certainly comply with any follow-up that the National Security Council would deem appropriate. But again, to be clear, the use of signal message end-to-end encryption applications is permissible and was, in this case, used permissibly, at least to my understanding, and in a lawful manner.
The seriousness of this is so clear. That's why I want to have an audit.
So it was used permissibly, to my understanding. So if there was classified information delivered, you didn't understand it to be that way. You're not saying in totality that you used it properly, but just to your understanding at that point. Okay, let's continue.
An audit, and both of you gave me an answer indicating that you would be open to that, and I appreciate it. Director Patel, you weren't in this particular group chat, but have you participated in any chats on unclassified phones with other administration officials relating to national security? And if so, on what other topics?
Thank you for your question, Senator. Not that I can recall.
Okay. Question I have for you, Director Gabbard, involves this question of Elon Musk wasn't going to see the military's China war plans because he said he, quote, has business in China and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. That was his comment. So as DNI, you're responsible for security clearance policies across the government. Under your watch, how are you going to go about carrying out this obligation? Because I think it obviously is a very significant one in terms of American national security.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence provides oversight over these different 18 intelligence elements. Leaders within those elements are empowered with that responsibility to uphold the trust that the American people have placed in them. In this example that you've cited, both Secretary Hegseth as well as President Trump completely denied the assertion that Elon Musk was going to receive any kind of classified war plan brief pertaining to China or any other country.
So on the question of whether the president has the prerogative to get clearances is really the area that I want to touch on, because you're formally responsible for security clearance policies, and that's why I'm asking about it. So can a president decide who gets the clearance?
Yes.
So what about your role? You're formally responsible for security clearance policies.
That is also true.
So how do we resolve it? President just gets his way.
The elected president and commander-in-chief has the authority to provide a security clearance to those who he deems necessary.
Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, I think we have to have a further discussion on this and figure out what the ground.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop right here. The link to this whole hearing is in the chat. Let me show you what the president had to say about this link that they were chatting on. Here we go. This is the first thing that 4547 had to say.
President, your reaction to the story in the Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of the Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
Having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
But he don't. I don't know anything about it, but it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very successful. But that's not the point. It was not to make the attack unsuccessful. That is not the point. You see how he shifted it? First of all, it's a horrible. The Atlantic is a horrible paper or whatever, and it couldn't have been effective because the attack was very successful. But that's not the point. The point is that this was an unsecure app. See, don't believe for 1 minute that he was not aware of what the situation was, that they were using a unsecure app. So what he did was try to that what do they call it? Try to sucker you in, lull you into a false sense of security. And that was not what this reporting was reporting on. And let you know it was unsuccessful, and the attack was successful. Okay, so that's what he had to say initially. So, and then after there was more brouhaha about it, he was interviewed last night, and this is a little part of what he said last night.
Information, as I understand it, they used there was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app.
You see the line of plausible deniability. There was no classified information that I understand. Just in case, you always have to have a get around to say, oh, well, it went. Now you don't think he has this whole text thread right now? You don't think he already knows what's in this text thread? You just think that he's sitting up there and just letting them take the word for it? There was no classified information that I understand. Peep game, word games. Let's continue.
If you want to call it an app that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media use. There was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app, if you want to call it an app, that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media use. There was no classified.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to present to you. Let me see what you guys have to say to that. Nothing. Okay. Okay. So this is now. Let me see. There may be a little bit more that I want to show you about this hearing. I'm not sure. I think there was one other. Oh, yes. I want to show you Mark Kelly line of questioning. He was actually in the service. I also want to show you Bennett's line of questioning because he did a superb job of questioning them. I want to show you two more people questioning them. Okay, here we go. Let me share this. Two more people. Bear with me.
Today, and the secretary and the DNI's testimony is that there was nothing wrong at all with the signal thread that you were on, that it didn't include any targeting information or battle sequence. That is your testimony. That's your testimony. And I'm a little staggered that is your view.
But that is not the report that Goldberg, Jeffrey Goldberg, he's the editor of The Atlantic, who broke this story. And he said that all of these things, technical strike information was given on this thread. Let's continue. But they're denying that that happened, and nothing classified was delivered on this thread. So let's be clear, okay, of what we're saying.
Director Radcliffe, does the CIA have any rules about handling of classified information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Radcliffe. Do you agree? Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this morning when asked by members of the press what had happened. He said this morning in Hawaii that Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeff Goldberg is a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of providing hoaxes time and time again. Do you share that evaluation, the Secretary of Defense's evaluation of Jeff Goldberg as a journalist?
Senator, I didn't see those comments. I don't know Jeff Goldberg.
So do you share that view of the Secretary of Defense?
Well, I don't have a view on.
Okay. Do you, assuming that he has that view, I'm curious about whether you are the CIA director. Okay, this has happened. We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow, did he create a hoax that allowed him to become part of this signal thread? Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Did he invite himself to the signal thread?
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
Clearly it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly he was.
Allegedly, he was invited by you. He don't know how he was invited, but it is being alleged that he was the one who invited the editor to the Atlantic to the thread himself. Let's continue.
Was added to the signal group. Your question is,
you don't know that the president's national security advisor invited him to join the signal thread? Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
I've seen conflicting reports about who added the reporter to the signal messaging
that it's
group.
Perfectly appropriate that there was a reporter added, especially one that the Secretary of Defense says is deceitful, highly discredited, a so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes over and over again. Is your testimony that it was appropriate that he was added to this signal thread?
No, of course not. And
why did you not call?
Hold on, Senator.
You are the mischaracterizing my testimony. Good. You answered the question. Let me ask you: when he was added to the thread, you're the CIA director. Why didn't you call out that he was present on the signal thread?
I don't know if you use signal messaging app.
I do. Not for classified information, not for targeting.
Well, neither
not
do I,
for
Senator.
Remote.
Neither do I, Senator.
Well, that's what your testimony is today.
It absolutely is not, Senator. Were you not listening at the beginning?
No.
When I said that I was using it as permitted, it is permissible to use.
I agree that's your testimony.
Yeah.
I agree that's your testimony. You asked me if I use it, and I said not for targeting, not for classified information.
And I said I don't either.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him. But you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America. But I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery store in Washington, D.C. And your testimony as the director of the CIA is that it's totally appropriate. No. Is it appropriate?
No, Director, that is not what I.
Okay,
when did I say it was? When did I use the word appropriate?
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, I didn't.
That everybody in America.
So clearly,
there's nothing to
Senator,
see here is what your testimony is.
No, I never said that.
This is just a normal day at the CIA where we chat about this kind of stuff over Signal. In fact, it's so normal that the last administration left it here for us. That's your testimony today.
That's your testimony.
No, that's
Senator.
not my testimony. That's what you said.
I didn't say any of those things that you just related, Senator.
I heard you say it. We'll let the American people decide. Let me ask you one.
He did indeed said that the last administration used it, and it was okay. The bullshit. So he got called on this shit.
Final point.
Mischaracterized it. Well, are you going to give me a chance?
Is it appropriate? Did you know that the president's Middle East advisor was in Moscow on this thread while you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread? Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that
today.
This
sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies. And
so this motherfucker is over the CIA, and they're talking about doing a strike in Yemen and giving all the details. Junk theft is talking about all of the information and when they're going to strike and who they're going to strike and all of this. Okay, so he's not aware that somebody was physically in Moscow. Let's continue.
and the personnel who work for him is entirely unacceptable. It's an embarrassment.
Senator,
You need to do better. You need to do better.
Okay, let me get to Kelly. He was actually in the service.
it's what you get when you visit with a bunch of spies. All right, Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to the topic of the day here, the signal chain as reported by the Atlantic. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational in nature, no classified information. So I want to ask each of you just a series of, just respond yes or no. I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Any generic target?
I believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Mr. Ratcliffe?
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have access to that.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
I'm not talking about specific, any weapon or weapon system.
I don't recall specific names of systems or weapons being used or named within the
Well, I'm not
chapter.
asking whether, I don't want you to tell me what the specific weapon was, but any weapon at all. Mr. Ratcliffe, same question.
I don't recall.
How about anything about timing? Ms. Gabbard?
I don't recall specific timing.
Was there any
I won't
mention?
get into the detail of the conversation, but obviously there was a significant amount of planning and internal discussions that had occurred prior to and outside of this signal chat.
Mr. Ratcliffe, you're nodding your head. Any mention of any military unit whatsoever? Mr. Ratcliffe?
Not that I recall.
Ms. Gabbard?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called controlled unclassified information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DoD policy?
I haven't read that policy.
Not familiar with the DoD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DoD in deciding.
But these are the people who are the heads of things that always have classified information. He's the head of the CIA, and he's not aware of that policy. Remember, we were going to get the best and the brightest, and everything is going to be merit-based. And we have these brain dead motherfuckers over our national security secrets. Let's continue.
What would be classified information?
Ms. Gabbard, does the intelligence community have a policy that prohibits discussion of controlled unclassified information?
Yes.
It does. Okay. Controlled unclassified information, according to DoD, includes information that has not been approved for public release. Would you, of what's been disclosed publicly of the signal chain, would either of you feel that that would be approved for public release? Ms. Gabbard.
The discussion that took place in that signal chat group was a conversation reflecting national security leaders and the vice president around the president's objectives.
So yes or no, would you approve that for public release?
I don't feel I can answer that question here.
Because of the nature of this hearing?
Because of the nature of a private discussion that took place between individual leaders in our government.
It would make sense that you would not approve it for public release, wouldn't it?
There are other factors that would go into that consideration.
Mr. Ratcliffe, yes or no?
I wouldn't approve the release of classified information. Again, as I've said,
I'm not talking about classified information, Mr. Ratcliffe. I'm talking about information that has not been approved for public release. That is information that is considered controlled, unclassified information.
The principles that would have been on that would have been individuals capable of approving that for public release.
Okay. The individuals that were on that would have been the people who would be able to approve it for public release. But let's be clear. You motherfuckers using that app did not make it therefore be available for public release. You guys were getting he was giving you the information about the strikes. He never came to the public and said, hey, public, this is what we're doing in the strike on Yemen. We're gonna do 1, 2, A, B, C, D. See, they're trying to conflate everything just because he's the person who could have made it could have released it publicly. He hadn't. This is bullshit. Let me let me get out of here. Ronnie, okay. Ronnie, I watch and listen to all of this BS. Instead of answering truthfully, they just lie. They effed around and got exposed using the app. Exactly. So I want to refresh now. Waltz did an interview last night, and guess what he said last night? Now, last night, let's see what he had to say. He's taking responsibility. Let's see what he said last night, of course, on Fox News. Let's get into this. Now that he's not in front of senators.
It's embarrassing, yes. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical.
You just talked to Elon, the same person who has been illegally using the same app, and that a judge told him that he cannot be using that app while trying to access the nation's private information, including and up to their medical reports, their social security numbers, their job history, their job addresses, their home addresses, all of their information. So we're supposed to be okay that you threw out Elon Musk's name in this shit? Did Elon Musk tell you that a judge told him that he can't use the app? That should have been a short conversation. But you out here like saying that means something. Let's continue.
Minds looking at how this happened, but I can tell you,
powerful mind
looking at how this happened. But we've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But Elon, on the way here, we've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But I can tell
the best technical minds are looking at how this happened. When you were the one who invited the editor into the group chat. So what the fuck are you talking about? The best technical minds who can't get the highest clearance at SpaceX, his own company, allegedly because of his ketamine use. And when he was asked, did he abuse ketamine? He said, I really can't say. So maybe his ketamine use and abuse. You're talking about the best technical minds that have fired people over. They say they're estimating that he has fired between 100 and 250,000 government workers. And has done a whole lot of things that have been reversed because they were unconstitutional. And you want us to think that this is one of the best technical minds. Let's be clear. He did not invent Tesla. He purchased the car company from the inventors. Let's not omit that he did not invent any of the things that's going on in SpaceX. He purchased SpaceX. Okay, let's continue.
I can tell you for 100%. I don't know this guy. I know him by his horrible reputation, and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. And I know him in the sense that he hates the president, but I don't text him. He wasn't on my phone. look, I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure everything's coordinated.
But how
We
did the number?
execute
I mean,
the-
I don't mean to be pedantic here, but how did the number?
Have
get
you ever
in the
had
chat?
have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name and then you have somebody
Oh,
else's
I
number
never
there?
make those mistakes.
Right? You got somebody else's number on someone else's contact. So of course I didn't see this loser in the group.
No, I never had that happen. So he's admitting that he was the actual person that created the group, and then to make an excuse of how he was added to the group. Have you ever had someone else's name and a number there? But that you're calling him scum and all of this, and you don't know him. So how are you saying that you inadvertently added him to the group? Have you ever had someone's name and another number, and what is his name? You don't know him. He's scum. Why would his name be in any of your contacts? I don't know. So he admitted that he did it, but he's calling the man scum and all of this. So I'm pretty sure I was disappointed that what is his name? I was disappointed that he didn't come out with all the information that he had, but such is life. Let me present one more thing. I want you to hear what, and we're going to move on from this. All the links are in the chat. We're going to hear what Hegseth had to say about the leaks initially. I haven't heard anything. Have you guys seen Hegseth talk about this? Thumbs up and share. Thank you, Viewers View Grand Rising. Have you guys seen Hegseth beyond his initial response? Okay, this is his initial response, and I'm taking you guys somewhere. Remember what Cotton said, that this hearing was about Israel. Now, I think it was Nappy Child or who said that maybe the hearing was initially about Israel. Okay. But if it was initially about Israel, none of the Republicans asked about this leak or about Israel. So I still don't understand why Cotton said that that was about Israel.
Shifting priorities to make sure we're deterring threats to the future. President Trump's been focused on that, reestablishing the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and ultimately
reestablishing the warrior ethos. He thinks he's such a badass. I'm a trained fighter. You know, we're making sure that we reestablish the warrior ethos, and we're making sure that we're ready to go, and we're making sure we have. Shut the fuck up.
Reestablishing deterrence is critically important. And so we're out here to talk to our commanders and, more importantly, meet with the troops all across the Indo-Pacific, and then our allies and partners, too, are going to be a critical part of ensuring the future in this region is free. And so we're glad to be here. It's a beautiful day. Had a full work day on the plane. Now we got a full work day here as well, and looking forward to it. One question.
What time did the party start? How many hoes you gonna have up in your room?
You share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic, and were those details classified?
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited.
Let's see. She asked him, and were those details classified? Let's see if he answered that portion.
So-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or
and again, how is the fine people on both sides a hoax? When we heard 4547 say that after the white supremacists, the people who you allegedly are in bed with, ran over a woman to counter, I think it was a George Floyd protests, and all of these white supremacists came through there talking about Jews will not replace us, and ran over a woman and killed her. So how is that a hoax? So what does any of this have to do with the question she asked you? Let's see if he answers her question.
Suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would
Suckers and losers hoax. Is he talking about when 4547 said that that he think that anyone who got killed during service were suckers and losers? What is he talking about? Because we do know he said that. So where's the hoax in that? And is he the only reporter who reported that? I'm going to see if I can find him saying that. Let's continue.
I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that a journalist was privy to the targets, the types of weapons used?
I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that.
Right,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and
No, Sean, I'm subscribed to the Midas Touch. The Midas Touch, who is far out doing Fox News YouTube page. Get with it. The Midas and Fox News Digital is mad about it. They're being outshined, and they have all of that money that they can pour into all of this propaganda. Yet the Midas Touch YouTube page has far surpassed them. So now let's get to the suckers and losers lie that Hegseth talked about. Let me share this with you. This hoax. Let me share this hoax with you. Let's get to the bottom of things. Did I share this? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Here we go.
At the time, it seemed odd. The President of the United States skipping a ceremony to honor Americans killed in the First World War, blaming the weather, even though other officials made it. The Atlantic magazine reports that on that specific visit, Donald Trump told staff, "Why should I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." Later, he called 1,800 Americans who died in the legendary Battle of Belleau Wood suckers for getting killed. The reporter behind the story stands by it and his high-level, unnamed sources.
He doesn't understand why one would go pay that level of respect to fallen American soldiers.
Trump called it fake news, blaming the story on disgruntled former employees.
They had a rainstorm, the likes of which you've rarely seen. The fog was so great, it was.
Okay, so it is the same author of the editor of the Atlantic, but he's not blaming it on him. He said it was fake news, but not because the editor just set up and made a fake story. He's saying that it's disgruntled employees, and let's not forget that all of the disgruntled employees that told the truth about him, he fired real quickly and started dragging them. Let's continue. So that's where the story came from. You decide. I'll just put it that way. You decide. Okay, so let me share. I think I shared everything that I wanted to share. So let's talk about what is this? I don't think I want to share that. Okay. Let me share a couple of things with you and put this together. So here we go. So this is the reason given for the strike. Okay, so what is the reason? We're talking about this strike in Yemen. The whole thing is about this strike in Yemen. So do you guys even know why they struck Yemen? Okay, so the actual reason is going to be given here. This is allegedly why we struck Yemen. Okay, let me share this.
Which is that they're attempting to avoid scrutiny and having record keeping of their actions.
Well, that's the second illegal thing, is that it became clear to Jeffrey Goldberg that all of these messages were set to erase within 4 weeks.
And that avoids the Presidential and Federal Records Act, which is what they're supposed to be documenting. So it begs the question, if they're doing this with our national security and doing this over.
I'm sorry, 4 weeks. I said 2 weeks, 4 weeks. These messages were set to expire. So let's continue.
Over an app store encrypted app, not through official government channels that would be able to keep records of their actions, how many other agencies are circumventing the Presidential and Federal Records Act?
Now, somebody in the IM just said, Hegseth was probably drunk when he set up the group chat, so cut him some slack. It appears as if it was Waltz who set up the group chat, which does not mean that Hegseth wasn't drunk during the entire time.
Good point.
That's what it means to be a mighty man of valor.
You can be drunk and be on a group text. The other thing, so that's just the sort of the legal aspects of this. But let's take a look at some of the exchanges here, because it's it's fascinating. One, well, let's go through it and we'll see. Here's JD Vance. Oh, no, go back up, because I think let's go up a little, or maybe it starts here. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's look at this text thread. They're talking about the reason that they're going to strike Yemen. Pay attention to what they are saying. Hey, Bernadette, I know you are respectful. Time will heal that. Everyone isn't like that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see what I'm missing. I'm getting nosy. Okay. I didn't see you in Bernadette. Oh, you've been in here for a while. I missed a lot. Shit. I apologize. Hey, Madison. My goodness. You guys have been chatting up a thumbs up and share. Fake ass. Who's fake ass? I know you ain't talking about me. You must have been talking about one of them clips I was showing. Grand rising of you. Grand rising, Madison. Where the witch is at? I don't know what you're talking about. spring break trip. Who are you talking to? Like a fat boy. Of you, how many gummies did you eat this morning? I don't know what of you is talking about. Let me catch up with my chat. Suckers and losers, I tell you. Trying to sound like a rapper. Okay, I got to catch up. Now, M. Bernadette came in. Good morning, Ronnie Q. I'm up early. Liked and shared. Thank you. I appreciate. Thanks for joining the live stream. Please click on the thumbs up button. Share the video if you can. Subscribe to the channel. Send a cash app to the host, $ Ronnie Q. If you learned something today, help me reach my goals. I'd appreciate it as well. Okay. Thank you, Very Carey. Let me see. I apologize. Let me catch up. I see you've been dealing with some turncoats. Respectfully, M. Ronnie Q. Got you playing on my second device, listening and getting ready for my day. A viewer's view. That's my fault for chilling with a snake. Yes, M. Bernadette. And I hear that my name is in titles and all of this, as if I really, like if I really care or actually give two damns about stating the actual truth. And let's not forget that she also lumped in Miss Toby, lied on Miss Toby, trying to lie on me. And now she's mad. Now she's mad. Child, you better go sit down somewhere. I'm not the one. All of this ignorance and this ghetto hood shit, I ain't got time for none of you low bottom bitches. I have time for none of you low bottom bitches. That this is all you guys have in life. I don't have time for this dumb shit. Child, bye. Bitch, you gonna stay mad. Get mad at the person who did it to you, yourself. Okay. Let me see. I know you are, respectfully am. Time will heal that. Everyone isn't like that. You will be fine. You will be fine. Understood, a few of you. Oh, nosy Ronnie Q. Ha ha ha. Laugh at yourself. Okay. A view's view. Ronnie Q's fake ass wasn't even talking about her. My God. You ate 9 gummies. Grand Rising, happy life. It's good to hear you. And I'm going to have a 10th one. Oh my gosh. Look at her nosy ass going back into the chat reading this shit. There's happy life. He must have known that Very Carey was over here. Okay, so okay, now let me catch up. Okay, and I want you guys to really pay attention to what JD Vance is saying and Hegseth is saying about the reason why they struck Yemen. And I also want you to remember what Cotton said, the reason why they had that meeting and they were not meeting, that what do they call it? Whatever. Why they were drilling them yesterday about the leak. Okay, so let me continue.
So JD Vance says, Hegseth, if you think we should do this, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Okay, let's just start there for a second.
Yep.
They are bombing the Houthis because without the Europeans asking them to, because of what Israel is doing.
Yep.
So let's be clear, who it is being bailed out here is not the...
Who's being bailed out here? Did you hear that? They're bombing them. They're bombing the Houthis because of what Israel is doing to them. Let's hold on.
They are bombing the Houthis because, without the Europeans asking them to, because of what Israel is doing.
Yep.
So let's be clear, who it is being bailed out here is not the Europeans. It is Israel.
But earlier in the...
Exactly. I told you guys this last week. I told you guys this before all of this leak shit came out. And we're going to review what I told you and where I showed you that this is what these strikes were about. The Houthis are upset because of what's going on in Palestine. So they have been doing what they're doing in the Red Sea. I told you guys this. If you guys remember me talking about this last week, and I'm going to show you, stop it, rascal. And I'm going to show you exactly where I got this information from. So let's be clear. This ain't about none of this. We saving Europe, and I hate to save Europe. You're not saving Europe. You're not saving Europe at all. Let's continue.
Earlier in the exchange, and Goldberg doesn't use these as screenshots for some reason, but he quotes Vance, 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez, 40% of European trade does. There's a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, to send a message, meaning they're basically admitting there that they are bombing Yemen because the Houthis have been disrupting trade in the Suez in opposition to Israel's genocide in Gaza, because, by the way, it's off their shores. So that's a tale as old as time that they can do that. But like they're admitting that they're doing it for capitalist reasons, because they're upset about the disruptions.
Not just that, but I say the opposite. They're doing it to send a message. They're not doing it because they think it's going to change their behavior. It has shown time and time again that the Houthis are not responding to this. It's not even clear to me how much of that disruption is taking place right now. And so this is when, and particularly when the bombing happened. Remember that was during the ceasefire. And so when he says the president's just sending a message, what it sounds like to me is the president just wants to bomb somebody to show that we can. And
time is a curious thing. Sometimes I feel like it was yesterday. Sometimes it's, I guess, quite literally a lifetime ago.
Mark Barden's son, Daniel, was a student at Sandy Hook Elementary, a 7-year-old with an outsized sense of empathy.
Okay, you got it? So, it's because of trade. Yes, they're interrupting the trade lanes because of what is being done over in Israel. And so let's continue. It's just a little bit more of this. And we're going to go to what I showed you guys. I believe it was last week, and you guys may remember it.
How do we America the Houthis, because of the dynamic between Israel and Saudi Arabia, both of whom, the Saudis and we, were engaged, or at least we were enabling the Saudi bombardment of Yemen for
under Trump,
multiple,
by the way,
and Obama for multiple years.
Yeah,
and so it sounds like this is just a guy who wants to show, this is excuse the metaphor, but a penis measuring project. And so it's just essentially to send a message. So we're not bailing out the Europeans in any way. We're bailing out the Israelis to the extent that anybody's being bailed out here.
But that's Vance's perspective on it when he says, and so that's what's revealing about these messages, right? I just hate bailing out Europe again.
Well, that's what I was.
And exactly. So He has some suspended animation that this is what they're doing when they know exactly why they are doing this. Let's continue.
Suspicious of it because, and I know, like, I think we believe it more now that more information.
Okay, so Europe will you're leaning on it. Europe will get something out of it, but it's not like Europe told them that they need them to do this and all of this. Let's continue.
Information's come out, but it seems like something he would want to be seen saying about something that's actually about protecting Israel. It's like, oh, the bailing out Europe thing. I don't know. It's flattering to him.
But they say that in public. Yeah. And then he goes on to say, let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. If there are things we can do up front to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it.
Oh, now you hear this is Vance saying, and if there are things we can do up front to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. He's worrying about not striking anywhere to interrupt the Saudi oil over there. Let's be.
Oh, yeah. So we get here. And Hegseth goes on to say, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's all caps pathetic.
It's weird to all caps it to your.
I mean, honest.
Shut up. I do that too. I'm trying to make a point when I do that.
Honestly, like, what, like you're in a just.
All right. I'm gonna ignore what he's saying about people who do that, but let's continue.
Take a moment.
He's
as disturbing as this is the most powerful people in the world talking about using the most powerful killing machine developed by man.
Like it's fantasy football.
And you've got to all caps something to make your point. Like, it is the tool of people who see themselves as incredibly weak and ineffectual that you need to capitalize things.
Yep.
He's talking about Hegseth, not me. But go ahead.
Like that. Or, if you do it as a joke, which I could see, but I don't think he's making a joke here. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet, on our side of the ledger, the good guys, who can do this. Nobody else even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any, given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24-hour decision space. Do you know how much a guy like Pete Hegseth likes to write the words decision space? It is like... Now,
here comes Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller said, no, you ain't got 24 hours ain't needed. Go right here. It's a go right now. Green light is on. Here, Stephen Miller.
He is just like, it's total. He is, we got 24 hours of decision space.
I mean,
I am so in on this.
He was cast for this role.
Totally.
Tell that to your significant other. I need an hour of decision space on this one.
Well, no, his significant other doesn't get any decision space.
And then SM.
Stephen Miller, most likely.
No picture. No representative.
I mean, get it.
Also, no representative. Yeah. There was no, as far as we can tell, there was no someone from his office.
Because it seems like he's speaking for Trump.
As I heard it, the president was clear. Green light. But we soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. In other words, okay.
Not Israel.
What we expect in return. You're doing this because the Tutsis are upset with what is going on in Palestine, but you're trying to turn it as if you're doing Egypt and Europe a favor. So we need some guarantees that you guys are going to give us for doing this, for helping you. When we're not doing it to help you, we're doing it to help Israel. What guarantees are you getting from Israel? Because the whole reason why the Tutsis are in an uproar is because what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. But you're getting no guarantees from Israel. That's my read on it.
So Miller, understand the way this is going on. Hegseth is dicking around with JD Vance. They're going back and forth. Vance is saying, I sort of don't want to do this. I sort of don't want to do this. And Hegseth is like, well, you know, buddy, whatever, you know, I hate it too, but I think maybe we should, but no. And then Miller comes in. The president was clear. Green light. There's no ambiguity here. But we soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement. For example, he says, e.g., if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. That's a huge if.
Did Europe give this request to the administration? Because it said they're
No, Europe didn't ask them. Europe didn't say, "Hey, we can't get our commerce through the Red Sea. Can you guys help us? Oh, help us! We're having problems." Oh, there's something else that I want to share with you. Why Hegseth said that they were going in and striking. That reminds me. Let's
they're acting like they're acting. You know, they're acting to reopen shipping lanes and that they'll get some extraction from Europe later. But as Matt has been saying, this is for Israel. Israel wants this. Attacking the Houthis and the branches of resistance to the genocide is in Israel's interest.
It may very well be an interest of that those European shipping, but this
you
is
have
one
to ask if this is what they want, then sure, but maybe ask that before you demand something in return, before taking an action for your proxy state as it commits genocide.
It is an interesting.
Also, who do you ask? The leader of Europe,
right?
Hey, Europe. And then Hegseth is agree. And then scroll down because we got more here. At one point, maybe it's up higher where Vance says, I'm not sure. Prior to him saying this, Vance says, this order might be in contradiction to the president's, the president's got to go before that. The president's policy on Europe. And maybe see if you can find that. Okay, wait. Right there. I think it is. Team, I'm out for the day doing an economic Michigan event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. This is the way that Vance goes on at the beginning of this. 3% of U.S. trade runs through the SEDS, 40% trade does. There's a real risk.
Yeah.
Okay. The public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, is to send a message. Then he goes on to say, I am not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. Okay, so in other words, from these guys' perspective, the president wants to make a statement, and that is we can bomb anybody. And maybe the president is getting a directive outside of these advisors. Or maybe it's one of the advisors on this group chat who is not revealing that they have given the president another reason that they're not expressing in the context of this group chat, which is also very possible. Understand, these people, unlike us at the Majority Report, they don't go and sit at the commissary and eat together every day. They have their own agendas as they go into this. Now, Pete Hegseth is really just basically to tread water and try and make it as long into the day as he can without a scotch.
Because eventually he wants to be on the board of Lockheed Martin and get millions of dollars.
But the other players on this have an agenda, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Vance doesn't want to do this because there's a mixed message. We're doing this to protecting the shipping lanes for Europe, but also we're done trying to take care of Europe.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says, I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. So in other words, he's saying, Trump's insane. He's insane. There's no coherence to his policy. It's literally 180 degrees apart, but I'm not going to be that explicit about it.
Also, why can't they just admit it's for Israel then?
Well, this is the thing. I am willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there's a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is. And that's why Stephen Miller comes in later and says, no, we're doing this. And I suspect there could be a reason that Stephen Miller knows that J.D. Vance doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And that J.D. Vance, or maybe there's even a third party, someone's not even on this, who is convincing Trump to do this. Netanyahu. I mean, who knows?
But do you remember April 2017? So almost exactly a very similar time frame into his first administration. He dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. This is Donald Trump's playbook. He wants to have a show of force, even though he pretended to be the peace candidate. This is the hilarity of that claim.
It could very well be that. But Stephen Miller comes in, says it is clear, and which suggests to me that Stephen Miller also wants this. Vance doesn't. Hegseth is willing to do whatever the big dog says, and he looks around at whoever's the big dog. And Stephen Miller comes in and says, we're doing it. It's a green light.
Well, Vance is thinking about being president in 2028, and he's trying to brand himself as the protectionist. And if Trump keeps escalating, this is an issue for him.
But it's quite clear that Stephen Miller is driving this bus, at least, and I don't know who else there is. You've got all the principals on here, and Stephen Miller says it's a green light, and then Hegseth is like, agree.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the director of the CIA is on.
Okay, so I just wanted to give you guys some context. So I already told you guys that it was because of Israel. Now, so how are they going to say that they are not striking them because of Israel? They're striking them to open up the lanes of commerce that is being blocked by the Houthis because they're not telling you. I remember I said last week, why are they not telling you that the Houthis are acting up because of what is going on in Palestine? No, they're not saying anything about that. So let's listen to why Hegseth said that they was striking in Yemen in the first place. This is when he got off the plane and said I said all of that stuff about the author, the editor of the Atlantic. Let me listen to this. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying that U.S. warships under Biden could not strike the Houthis back. They could not strike back at the Houthis, but they was just sitting there being bombarded upon. But Biden would not let them strike back at them. But under 45-47, they have finally been able to strike back. Did I share this with you guys? I really need you to connect the dots with me.
Because of the skill and courage of our troops, I've monitored it very. Comment on the Houthi campaign because of this, what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said,
now he's 4 years of deferred maintenance. He means under the Biden, but he said Trump. He said that they were shooting at us, but we could not shoot back for the past 4 years. And you see how hyped he is. Like, man, we were ready to go. Okay, let's continue.
Said, no more. We will reestablish.
Trump said no more. Let me go back a little bit to let you know he wasn't talking about Trump. He said we were sitting under 4 years of deferment. So Trump said no more. Let me. Okay.
It was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said no more. We will reestablish deterrence we will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that a journalist was privy to the targets, the types of...
Okay, so this is why they said that they were striking the
About a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump.
So he does mean under Biden's. And when we shot back, we were just being defensive, and we were just hitting shacks and all of that. Well, if you are our military and you're being shot at, and when you do shoot back defensively, why are you just shooting back at shacks? Like, we were so crippled under Biden. Let's continue. But Trump said no more. So we went in and did our big strike. We whipped out our big fighting dick, and we fighting now. Let's continue.
Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that?
The excitement at which he gets at going into fighting and war and all of this stuff is something to see. Okay, so but let me share what I share with you, the actual reason for this war. If you guys don't remember, let's review this. That's not the one that I want. Okay, we're going to start from the beginning. Okay, Trump is now at war with Iran. If you guys remember, I shared this with you last week. This is written by Ken Klippenstein. He is a former TYT reporter. Without the American press even noticing, Donald Trump has started a war with Iran. On February 28th, the U.S. military announced that two B-52 heavy bombers flying from an undisclosed location in the Middle East, which I can report is the country of Qatar, dropped bombs on another undisclosed location, Iraq. The message wasn't lost on neighboring Iran, whose state media warned that the B-52s are nuclear-capable bombers, carrying a message whose recipient was clear as the day. Okay, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Okay, there's a video of it. The clips are in my description box. Clear as day in the Middle East, perhaps, but not in the U.S., where the show of force was barely reported at all. The Pentagon, masters of obscuring controversial things they're doing behind sleep-induced jargon, insisted that the B-52 exercise were merely to assure regional partners to support security and stability in the region, and so on. So they lied about the exercise, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's continue. Then on March 9th, a second bomber demonstration was made USB 52s flew alongside Israeli fighter jets on a long-range mission, practicing aerial refueling and joint operations. Again, American press missed the story, though not the Israeli press, which correctly reported the real purpose of the operation. And we're going to look at what the Israeli reported about that mission. Let me stop sharing. We're going to go back to the rest of this story. I'm going to show you what the Israeli reported about that mission, while we were reporting that we were just doing refueling missions and all of that. So let's go to the Israeli reporting about this. They said that the Israeli, let me enlarge this so you guys can see this. I went over this. I did show you the Israeli reporting as well. In likely message to Iran, Israel. This is from the Times of Israel. In likely message to Iran, Israeli and U.S. Air Forces carry out joint drill with heavy bomber. Okay, so this is what they are reporting. The Israeli Air Force held a joint exercise with the U.S. Air Force this week, during which pilots practiced operational coordination between the two militaries to enhance their ability to address various regional threats. And okay, the drill included Israeli F-151 and F-351 fighter jets flying alongside a U.S. B-52 bomber. Remember, the B-52 can carry nuclear weapons. The exercise aimed to strengthen and maintain the long-standing cooperation between the forces while expanding connectivity and building integrated capabilities for a range of scenarios, the IDF said. Okay, the drill is potentially aimed at readying the Israeli military for a potential joint strike with the U.S. on Iran. The IAF has already carried out 2 strikes on Iran without U.S. support, but would likely need the heavy capabilities of the B-52 to effectively hit Iran's heavily fortified underground nuclear sites. That's what Israel reported. I showed you guys this. That's what Israel reported about the same thing. So the link is in the description box. Okay, so to that story, what Israel reported. Should I do it? Is there anything else? Okay, let's go back to our first story where we left off at. See, it's all, it was written. Nas was the one who said it was written. And I showed you that. This is the story. Trump is now at war with Iran. Let's go back to where we were. Okay, here we were. Israeli press, which correctly reported the real purpose of the operation, readying the Israeli military for a potential joint strike with U.S. on Iran. And I showed you their report. Okay, so the military preparations culminated this week in a set of U.S. airstrikes on Houthi leadership in Yemen. On Sunday, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz bragged to ABC that the operation took out top Houthi officials, making it very clear that this is all about Iran. Waltz said in an interview, we know who Waltz is, the CIA person who don't know what is confidential information or not. This was an overwhelming response that actually targeted multiple Houthi leaders and took them out. And the difference here is, 1, going after the Houthi leadership, and 2, holding Iran responsible. At that point, I thought that the news media would finally get the message, but the coverage instead adhered to the sterile language of the Pentagon, framing the strikes as focus on logistical targets and a mere continuation of what? A mere continuation of what? Biden administration's small-born strategy of degrading Houthi capabilities. So you just heard Pete Hegseth lie and say that Biden refused to let them strike on the Houthis. And so that's why I played that for you, because he was actually lying. So what they say is Biden administration had a small bore strategy for degrading their capabilities. Okay, a representative example appears in the New York Times Sunday article on the attack, calling the attack similar to those of Biden's administration, per the article. Air and Navy strikes ordered by President Trump hit radars, air defenses, and missile and drone system in an effort to open international shipping lanes in the Red Sea that the Houthis have disrupted for months with their own attacks. The Biden administration conducted several similar strikes against the Houthis, but largely failed to restore deterrence in the region. So didn't you just hear Hegseth lie and tell you that they couldn't do anything under the 4 years of Biden? They was restricted and just could hit huts and shit. Did you just heard that motherfucker lie to you? So I had already showed you guys this. And see, I did not know that this story was going to come out, and that dumb motherfucker was going to come out and say that Biden had their hand. You know, they always want to blame shit on Biden. When Biden conducted several similar strikes against the Houthis, but largely failed to restore deterrence in the region. Okay, so they didn't do nothing under Trump that they hadn't already been doing under Biden, is my point. So don't believe these motherfuckers always acting like Biden was ineffective and wasn't doing shit. They did the same shit that Biden was doing. Okay, so here is a let nobody be fooled, a message from Donald Trump. Let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by the Houthis, the sinister mobsters and thug based in Yemen who are hated by the Yemeni people, all emanate from and are created by Iran. And look, all capitals, Iran. And further attacks or retaliation of the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They're dictating every move, giving them the weapons, supplying them with money and highly sophisticated military equipment, and even so-called intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons of leadership of Iran, and Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire. So the name of this is in my description box. Trump is now at war with Iran. Let me see. Do you guys remember this? I'm just trying to put all of this in, all of the talking points, all of the lies in perspective. Y'all ain't saying nothing. Is anybody home? Okay, so let me continue. Here is a follow-up on that story. The Iran war plan. Okay, here's the follow-up. Let's see if he was right. Okay. This was on March 18th of 2025. President Trump menu of options for dealing with Tehran now includes one that he didn't have in his first full term, full-scale war. Pentagon and company contracting documents I've obtained describe a unique joint staff planning efforts underway in Washington and in the Middle East to refine the next generation of a major regional conflict with Iran. So he's saying that he has obtained this information. The new planning effort, sometimes referred to as seed projects, covers everything from subtle tools like military deception right up to the rather less subtle use of nuclear weapons. The plans are the results of a reassessment of Iran's military capabilities, as well as a fundamental shift in how America conducts war. Remember, now they're saying that there's a fundamental shift on how America fights wars. So remember that when in the confirmation of Hegseth, he said that America's military needs their hands freed from things like these old men in wood panel walls who created the Geneva Convention. I played that for you. I played him saying that. See, we need our hands freed because we're fighting a different type of warrior out here, and we can't be hamstringed by things like the Geneva Convention. Y'all, I done played that for y'all several times. Okay, let's see. Though many in the media incorrectly dismissed this recent U.S. strike on the Houthis in Yemen as little more than a continuation of what the Biden administration was already doing, the new Iran preparations make it clear that the U.S. is exploring a far more aggressive approach. Following his successful assassination of Iran's top general Soleimani in 2020, Donald Trump seems to have taken the lesson that aggressive action is relatively cost-free. The Pentagon, meanwhile, has watched Iran develop into a major missile and drone power over the past decade. Hardly anyone believes any longer that Iran is interested in any kind of ground invasion of its neighbors. The previous planning assumptions, Iran nuclear program is also no longer the Pentagon's highest concern. The war in many ways is already here. The combination of narrow pinpricks attacks by proxies, Iran, various covert and influence campaigns, and its use and proliferation of long range drones and missiles, especially to who? Russia. So you mean that? So are we concerned that Iran is sending long range drones and missiles to Russia as well? Is that what we're worried about too? Okay, the assumption about Iran and military threat have shifted. So too attitudes about the American way of war. Countering Iran's constant efforts to take the combined effort of the military, the CIA, Cyber and Space Agency, and the Department of Treasury and States. No war today is fought solely by the military. The war plan emphasizes holistic approach to planning, coordinating, and synchronization of the U.S. government activities, says one document on CENTCOM. The Pentagon Regional Command, responsible for the Middle East and Iran, is tasked with creating a family plan that incorporates U.S. only bilateral and multilateral operations with partners and allies, according to the documents. Okay, y'all got that? Okay, so let's do the final thing that I want to share about us actually being at war with Iran. Okay. All of this being about a war in Iran with Iran. Okay, let me see. Nuclear war plan for Iran. This is done on March 19th. He did these, all three of these are 1 day apart. The 17th, the 18th, and 19th. The link is in the description box. Check it out. Donald Trump has laid down a Ukraine-like ultimatum to Iran. You got your phone? Okay, I'm sorry. Donald Trump has laid down a Ukraine-like ultimatum to Iran. Either agree to give up your nuclear program within 2 months or suffer the consequences. He's been vague about what these consequences might include, but I can now report specifics that are severe as you can imagine. We can let them have. Wait a minute. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon, Trump says. I would rather have a peace deal than the other option, but the other option would solve the problem. So what's the other option? To the casual observer, that may sound like more of the targeted airstrikes U.S. has been doing, but behind the scenes, as the Pentagon prepares for a major regional war with Iran, the use of nuclear weapons is on the table. The Iran war preparations that have been underway since last year include new nuclear options. One might find it extraordinary to think that nuclear weapons are even considered. A retired senior military officer who has been briefed on the planning tells us, but we have entered into a new era. The officer says that the combination of factors, none of them are precipitated by the Donald Trump directly, have created a perfect storm to bring nuclear weapons back into the picture, reintroducing nuclear deterrence. The offer says serves 3 purposes: to directly deter Iran from developing nuclear weapons, or then from using them, to convince Israel not to use its own nuclear weapons. Convince Israel, your partners, not to use its own nuclear weapons. That is by making it clear that the U.S. equally would or could preempt Iran if something dire happened. To dissuade Saudi Arabia from perceiving that it has to develop its own nuclear weapons because Iran is doing so. Okay. To implement these seemingly unconnected nations' objectives, Central Command, CENTCOM, and the U.S. Combat Command for the Middle East is charged with maintaining capabilities to back up Washington. Today, for instance, the White House claimed that in a telephone call between Trump and Putin that the two agreed that Iran should, between Trump and who? Lord have mercy. Today, for instance, the White House claimed that in a telephone call between Trump and Putin that the two agreed that Iran should never be in a position to destroy Israel. To Washington, the Iranian nuclear program is just destroy Israel, spelled another way. Okay, so you can read the rest of this, but so they are still concerned about Iran getting a nuclear weapon. How could they be concerned about that? How could they be concerned about that? I thought that President Obama had us under a agreement with Iran that they would not proliferate their nuclear ambitions. What happened to that? What happened to that? 45, 47 pulled us out of that nuclear agreement in his last term. Let's listen to him pull us out of the Iran deal and why he did it. Let me make sure I'm sharing this on my screen. Yes, I am. Okay, let's continue.
My fellow Americans, today I want to update the world on our efforts to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. The Iranian regime is the leading
Okay, let's be clear. I want to show you. This is not new. This was 6 years ago. This is nothing new. This is 6 years ago, as you see. This was in his first term. Okay, let's continue.
State sponsor of terror. It exports dangerous missiles, fuels conflicts across the Middle East, and supports terrorist proxies and militias such as Hezbollah, Hamas, the Taliban, and Al Qaeda. Over the years, Iran and its proxies have bombed American embassies and military installations, murdered hundreds of American service members, and kidnapped, imprisoned, and tortured American citizens. The Iranian regime has funded its long reign of chaos and terror by plundering the wealth of its own people. No action taken by the regime has been more dangerous than its pursuit of nuclear weapons and the means of delivering them. In 2015, the previous administration joined with other nations in a deal regarding Iran's nuclear program. This agreement was known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA. In theory, the so-called Iran deal was supposed to protect the United States and our allies from the lunacy of an Iranian nuclear bomb, a weapon that will only endanger the survival of the Iranian regime. In fact, the deal allowed Iran to continue enriching uranium and, over time, reach the brink of a nuclear breakout. The deal lifted crippling economic sanctions on Iran in exchange for very weak limits on the regime's nuclear activity and no limits at all on its other malign behavior, including its sinister activities in Syria, Yemen, and other places all around the world. In other words, at the point when the United States had maximum leverage, this disastrous deal gave this regime, and it's a regime of great terror, many billions of dollars, some of it in actual cash. A great embarrassment to me as a citizen and to all citizens of the United States. A constructive deal could easily have been struck at the time, but it wasn't. At the heart of the Iran deal was a giant fiction that a murderous regime desired only a peaceful nuclear energy program. Today, we have definitive proof that this Iranian promise was a lie. Last week, Israel published intelligence documents long concealed by Iran, conclusively showing the Iranian regime and its history of pursuing nuclear weapons. The fact is, this was a horrible one-sided deal that should have never, ever.
Okay, so miraculously, Israel have produced documents of Iran's long-standing mission to continue to. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm just giving you the reasons. So this was Israel gave 45-47 the reason to do what? Let's continue. What is this revelation that Israel gave to 45-47 going to prompt him to do? Let's continue.
Been made. It didn't bring calm. It didn't bring peace. And its history of pursuing that this Iranian promise was a lie. Deal could easily have been struck at the time, but it wasn't. At the heart of the Iran deal was a giant fiction that a murderous regime desired only a peaceful nuclear energy program. Today, we have definitive proof that this Iranian promise was a lie. Last week, Israel published intelligence documents long concealed by Iran, conclusively showing the Iranian regime and its history of pursuing nuclear weapons. The fact is, this was a horrible one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made. It didn't bring calm. It didn't bring peace, and it never will. In the years since the deal was reached, Iran's military budget has grown by almost 40%, while its economy is doing very badly. After the sanctions were lifted, the dictatorship used its new funds to build nuclear-capable missiles, support terrorism, and cause havoc throughout the Middle East and beyond. The agreement was so poorly negotiated that even if Iran fully complies, the regime can still be on the verge of a nuclear breakout in just a short period of time. The deal's sunset provisions are totally unacceptable. If I allowed this deal to stand, there would soon be a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. Everyone would want their weapons ready by the time Iran had theirs.
Okay, but that doesn't make any sense to me because you're just saying that Iran was not holding to this, but there's been no evidence other than your mouth. Kind of like this Doge situation. Just because you say it, we're supposed to believe it. And you got it from Israel, so we are really supposed to, trust what Israel say. Israel, who broke their ceasefire agreement after I think it was 2 weeks, and struck a hospital, allegedly killing over 450 people, mostly children and old people. Okay, so let's continue.
Making matters worse, the deal's inspection provisions lack adequate mechanisms to prevent, detect, and punish cheating, and don't even have the unqualified right to inspect many important locations, including military facilities. Not only does the deal fail to halt Iran's nuclear ambitions, but it also fails to address the regime's development of ballistic missiles that could.
Okay, so this is him. Let me make sure my mic is on. Okay, so this is 45-47 in his last term. So what he's saying is the black man who helped broker this deal was inadequate in what the deal what the deal posed for Iran to not continue to make their a nuclear weapon. He said that the deal was inadequate. Now, okay, so that was the first thing he did was get out of was to break the Iran deal, and he served as president for 4 years. So what did he do to stop Iran from making a nuclear weapon? He said pretty soon we're going to the Middle East is going to be in an arms race for everybody trying to get a nuclear weapon. But in the meantime, he did absolutely nothing himself. He was the president for 4 years himself, and the only thing he did was pull us out this deal. And so now, within the first month or two of him getting in office again, now he's back on this Iran track again. Because the Houthis are disrupting a shipping lane that we have that you hear that 40% of it, you heard the vice president said 40% of the shipping lanes are commerce that is for the EU. You hear that Biden had been striking the Houthis similarly, the way that 47's new administration struck them, the strike that that was discussed in detail on the Signal app by his inept administration, and that Biden had been striking them. So now, in response to him striking the Houthis, who are upset with what is going on in Israel, and actually in Gaza, shall I say? So we see that Israel and 47 have been doing missions and all of this type of stuff. So I gave you the information. That's all I can do. Is if you guys have some counter facts, some counter information, I would definitely like to have a conversation. So this is what I wanted to give you. So let's hear him say the words. Kind of like, say my name, say my name, say the words, say the words.
Could deliver nuclear warheads. Finally, the deal does nothing to constrain Iran's destabilizing activities, including its support for terrorism. Since the agreement, Iran's bloody ambitions have grown only more brazen. In light of these glaring flaws, I announced last October that the Iran deal must either be renegotiated or terminated. 3 months later, on January 12th, I repeated these conditions. I made clear that if the deal could not be fixed, the United States would no longer be a party to the agreement. Over the past few months, we have engaged extensively with our allies and partners around the world, including France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. We have also consulted with our friends from across the Middle East. We are unified in our understanding of the threat and in our conviction that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. After these consultations, it is clear to me that we cannot prevent an Iranian nuclear bomb under the decaying and rotten structure of the current agreement. The Iran deal is defective at its core. If we do nothing, we know exactly what will happen. In just a short period of time, the world's leading state sponsor of terror will be on the cusp of acquiring the world's most dangerous weapons. Therefore, I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on the Iranian.
Hold on. I want you to hear. I closed that too quickly. We're getting somewhere. Let me reshare that again. He pulled us out of the deal, and he was also upset that they took the sanctions off of Iran. And I talked to you guys about when sanctions are put on different nations, that any funds that they have, I think it's called the World Bank or something, and that is in DC, and that all oil and gold and everything is shipped under U.S. dollars. So many nations have stockpiled a lot of money. So let's remember that there was a lot of money frozen under the sanctions that Iran had. I don't know how. I be saying Iran. Okay, they had a whole lot of money in the World Bank in Washington D.C. that was seized, and so when they made the nuclear agreement, the money was released. So that also has him in a tither. So let's see what he's going to do after leaving, after stopping the Iran nuclear deal about the sanctions.
Therefore, I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on the Iranian regime. We will be instituting the highest level of economic sanction. Any nation that helps Iran in its quest for nuclear weapons could also be strongly sanctioned by the United States. America will not be held hostage to nuclear blackmail. We will not allow American cities to be threatened with destruction, and we will not allow a regime that chants death to America to gain access to the most.
But when did any of that happen? When did any of that happen? You said that you got word from Israel that they had a long running nuclear program going on, even during the nuclear deal that Barack Obama had helped broker. So when have any of this shit you talking about right now happened? Let's continue.
Deadly weapons on Earth. Today's action sends a critical message. The United States no longer makes empty threats. When I make promises, I keep them. In fact, at this very moment, Secretary Pompeo is on his way to North Korea in preparation for my upcoming meeting with Kim Jong-un. Plans are being
He's going to pick up your love letter, that Kim Jong Un wrote you. Okay, so that's all I want you to see about that. So let's continue. Is anybody here? I haven't seen. Is anybody still here? Let me continue. Okay, so now where does that leave us now? That I talked to you guys about the BRICS. The BRICS nation and many of the nations that have joined the BRICS nations are some nations that are really sick of how the sanctions can grab their money and freeze their money, and they have to stockpile so many U.S. dollars, and the United States use sanctions on many nations. Some sanctions, of course, are very, very necessary. I'm not saying that sanctions are not necessary, but I'm just saying the reason why BRICS established themselves. Basically trying to devalue the U.S. dollar, and because all trade, like I just said, is done in U.S. dollar, whether it's oil, whether it's whatever trade. Gold, it's not on the gold standard; it's on the U.S. dollar standard. Okay, so BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They got together and they created the BRICS, where they would trade with each other in their own currency. I apologize if you don't watch my channel frequently. I broke this all down. You can go back in my videos if you want to find out what it is. I'm just going to give you a brief telling of what the BRICS is. But so a lot of nations have actually continued to join the BRICS. I have given you a list of all. It started with Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And now I can't remember. I think it's like 24 or 27 different nations that have joined the BRICS. So so now he pulled us out of that Iran deal. And what happened? He put all of these hard sanctions on Iran. Let's not forget that when Ukraine was invaded by Russia, they put sanctions on Ukraine, and they thought that Russia was going to be devastated because Russia's big product is oil. But Russia is a part of BRICS, and Russia starts selling their oil to China, who is also a part of the BRICS, and they don't have to trade in U.S. dollars, because in the BRICS, all nations can trade in whatever their dollar is, the yen, the ruble, whatever. And they have set up. What they do is they have set up. Instead of stockpiling the U.S. dollar, these BRICS nations are now stockpiling gold. They are buying gold, and they are usurping having to use the U.S. dollar at all. And all of the conveniences of trade that the G7 way of doing things had, like. They developed these same ways of doing trade themselves under their own dollars, and they're stockpiling gold. So what happened when he pulled Iran out and gave Iran all these sanctions? Let's see what happened. Let me present this to you. Which one do I want? Here we go. I think this is the one I want. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is right here. Okay. Let me make sure. Okay. Here's what happened. Hey, Truth and Reason.
The five nations have invited another 6 countries to join. Leaders of the BRICS alliance of 5 nations have invited another 6 countries to join. They are Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates.
Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. BRICS more expansion. So it seems like the sanctions didn't work on Russia. So do you think that his sanctions have been working on Iran? Okay, if you don't know what the BRICS is and why so many nations, I did the whole purview because I was unaware. You don't hear anything about the BRICS. Our news stations do not explain the BRICS. They act like the dollar is the be all do all without letting you know how much commerce and shipping that the BRICS is in control of with all of their partnerships. Okay, let's continue.
The annual BRICS summit is being held in Johannesburg. The leaders of Brazil, India, China, and South Africa are there, while Russia's president is on video link from Moscow. The South African president made the expansion announcement.
We have decided to invite the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS. The membership will take effect from the 1st of January 2024.
My correspondent Fahmi the Miller is joining us live from Johannesburg. BRICS group attracting a level of interest fairly seen since its founding in 2014. Fahmi, the dozens of countries expressed their interest in joining, but only 6 have been accepted for now.
It's likely, Elizabeth, that the criteria was pretty tight in terms of who they might admit. There's been a lot of debate amongst these BRICS members around who should be admitted, when that should be done. And looking at who they've included in this admission, we see also increased representation from African countries, Ethiopia and Egypt. And South Africa has been squarely behind that, wanting African countries, the global south, to have a bigger place within this grouping. But to give us greater insight into what might have informed this decision, we're speaking to Michael Bosicue, a global affairs analyst. Now, Michael, what is likely behind the admission of these 6 new members? What is it that would have taken them into the BRICS grouping?
Sure. Well, it looks like China was very, very keen to expand BRICS. In fact, the Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson said it's going to breathe new vitality into the bloc. For sure it will.
Okay. So let me see. Oh, you guys, excellent commentary. We soon are going to be standing alone as a country with a dollar that is not worth anything. Be safe and aware. All lemon time. What do you mean all lemon time? Are you leaving, Nappy Child? If you're leaving, I hope you have a great day. No, ma'am. Okay, so what was I going to say? Okay, Russia and China are in BRICS. And in the last clip I showed, I showed you how Trump was worried about missiles and drones, Iran having the capability of missions and drones being able to reach Russia. Russia is Iran's trading partner now. Since January 2004, and those were 6 who were invited in. And since then, they have invited in so many more nations. Another African nation who has been invited in is, I forget. Okay, I talked about that earlier. Okay, so let's continue this.
Oh, but the choice is very interesting. So we have Argentina, so more representation from South America, Egypt, Ethiopia, African continent. Ethiopia was, I think, a little bit unexpected. Iran, I have a suspicion there might have been some Russian maneuvering behind that. They're close allies. And then Saudi Arabia and...
So Iran and Russia, there may have been a little maneuvering with Russia to get Iran in because Iran was under stiff sanctions. So he thinks that that's his opinion, that Russia may have a little bit of doing with that so that Iran can now trade with the BRICS and it's not dependent on the US dollar. You understand? So while they're sitting up here blowing smoke up your asses, people have got arounds of this whole sanction situation and shit. So maybe that's why he's mad. Good morning. Yes, Ethiopia. Good morning, Kiva. Thank you for being here. Nigeria is also a new member of BRICS. Oh, so let me the link to this is in my description box. So let me share this with you as well. Here we go. This oh gosh, this is an old one. This is from February of 2024. BRICS. Let me make sure it's showing. Yes, it's showing. You can pull this up yourself. BRICS, what is the group and which countries have joined? Saudi Arabia has joined the BRICS, the alliance of major development countries, along with 4 other nations. Okay. Let me see where they talk about Iran joining. Okay. In 2006, Brazil, Russia, India, China created BRIC, the BRIC group. South Africa joined in 2010, making it BRICS. The group was designated to bring together the world's most important developing countries to challenge the political and economic power of the wealthier nations of North America and Western Europe. Egypt, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE were invited to become members with effect from January 1st, 2024. The Saudi Arabia government minister said in mid-January that it had not joined, but South African government since confirmed its membership status. Argentina was invited to join, but President Javier pulled out in December of 2023, shortly after taking office. Why does the BRICS matter? BRICS countries include major world powers such as China, Russia, and countries which are influential on their continent, such as South Africa and Brazil. The expanding group has combined population of about 3.5 billion, or 45% of the world inhabitants. Combined members' economics worth are more than 28.5 trillion, about 28% of the global economy. Now, there are more nations in BRICS now, so it is actually worth more. So BRICS countries and their GDPs. Let me see. There's China. They're showing their GDPs from the nations that are in BRICS. So where Iran, Saudi Arabia, and UAE member BRIC countries produce with Iran. BRICS countries produce about 40% of the world's crude oil. However, the group argues that Western nations dominate important global bodies such as International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, which lends money to governments. The World Bank is located in Washington, D.C. So they have easy access to take the money and freeze the money because it's actually in DC. However, the group argues that, okay, I said that. What it wants to see a greater voice and representation for emerging economies. In 2014, BRICS nations set up the new development bank to lend money to boost infrastructure, and they have done that quite well. By the end of 2022, it had provided nearly 32 billion to emerging nations for new roads, bridges, railways, water supply projects. This is China's main aim for BRICS, according to profit pandering commodity from Trinity College in Dublin. Though BRICS in China is trying to grow its power and influence, especially in Africa, he said it wants to be able to be the lending voice of the global South. The other major world powers in the group has a different purpose. Russia sees BRICS as part of its fight against the West, helping it to overcome the sanctions imposed after the invasion of Ukraine. And it did exactly that because they were able to sell their oil to China. Okay. I don't know what happened. I guess that's it. Oh, no, that's an ad. Let me get past this ad. Iran membership could increase the anti-Western nature of BRICS, he said. Okay. Will BRICS currency replace the dollar? Nations often use the U.S. dollar to trade between themselves. Leading politicians in Brazil and Russia have suggested creating a BRICS currency. They've done that to reduce the dollar dominance. However, this was not discussed in the 2023 summit, but it has been done. It would be impractical for BRICS nations to create. No, this hasn't been done. They are still trading in their own nation's currency, whatever it is. It would be impractical for BRICS nations to create common currency because their economics are so different. Okay, however, he said it is possible that they may consider in the future creating some new currency. The BRICS a rival to the G20? The G20 group was set up in 1999 for the developed and developing nations to discuss global issues. However, BRICS group also contains many other countries which are in the G20. In future, they may work in tandem, says Dr. Irene Mia from the International Institutes for Strategic Studies think tank. Okay, so you can find out more about the BRICS. This is not the most recent number of nations that are in the BRICS, but I'm just connecting this with the Iran thing. So he pulled us out of the Iran deal and thought and enforced his sanctions. And what did Iran do? Iran joined the BRICS. In fact, making the sanctions that were put on them impractical and ineffective. So let me share my screen. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. I had to pull it up. I apologize. I thought I already pulled that up. Let me pull up this. After having to deal with Iran joining the BRICS, what happened then? Here we go. And now who's crying? I thought it was supposed to hurt Iran, not us. I thought it was to hurt Iran. And Iran is in the BRICS, which make the sanctions null and void. So why is he still upset with Iran? Is my point. Why is he still picking at Iran? Now we understand that what happened in Yemen has absolutely nothing to do with any threats. Where is this? Hold on. Oh man, I can't believe I didn't pull this up. Hold on just a second. I can't find it. Oh my God. I thought I had it. I thought for sure I put this in here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. I can't believe I didn't add this. Let me add it right now. Now, this is where we are with BRICS right now. So, unfortunate situation, it seems to be. So it's to the point that Trump threatens 100% tariffs on BRICS nations over effort to replace the dollar. Have y'all heard any of this on your news channels? This is CBS News, the Daily Report. Let's hear this.
100% tariffs on BRICS nations unless they commit to not developing a new. President-elect Trump is vowing to impose 100% tariffs on BRICS nations unless they commit to not developing a new currency. Trump made the declaration in a Truth Social post Saturday saying, quote, "There is no chance that the BRICS will replace the U.S. dollar in international trade, and any country that tries should wave goodbye to America." BRICS is
I want to read that whole post. Let's read that whole post. The idea that the BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch it is over. Wait a minute. Let me go back a little bit. Is over. We require a commitment from these countries that they will never create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty U.S. dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs. That's all he has. He's a one-trick pony. Or they will. We see how it's been going with these tariffs thus far. That he threatens them and then he pulls back. He threatens them and he pulls back. All the while, what happens? The American economy is turned upside down. Who does all of these tariffs threat always hurt? The United States. Okay, let's continue. Tariffs and 100% tariffs, and they shouldn't expect and they should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful U.S. economy. The wonderful U.S. economy. So he wrote this after the election, November of 2023. The wonderful U.S. economy. Well, actually, and in November of 2023, the economy under Biden was actually pretty excellent from coming out of the COVID situation. Okay, so it was better than most economies that suffered far more than the United States economy. So I get them, but okay, so that's another thing. November of 2024, you hear him right here himself saying the wonderful U.S. economy. But I thought now today that he has fucked up the wonderful economy that he got from Biden. Biden left us in a mess. Biden has left us in a mess. We had to correct all the stuff that Biden did when November of 2024, after you had November 30th, that's after the election, you understood that the economy was a wonderful economy. Okay, let me see. They can go and find another sucker. There is no chance that the BRICS will replace the U.S. dollar in international trade, and any country that tries should wave goodbye to America. Ooh. America can barely buy eggs. America can barely buy housing. America can barely pay their insurance and their rent and get their medication. So what's so wonderful about this type of economy? And America, a lot of American seniors are about to be put out on the street because of what you guys are doing to Social Security. So what's so wonderful about the American economy? I'm waiting. Americans who have 401ks have seen their retirement dollars drop because the economy is so fucked, because you're doing fuck shit with these tariffs and creating uncertainty in the economy. So what's so great about that? America economy is going to be way worse for all the people that you expect to lose their jobs and miraculously be able to find jobs. And as the homeless population has steadily increased because of the American economy. And you're putting between 100 and 250,000 people out of work. 83,000 veterans out of work. Just fired 7,000 Social Security agents. I think he fired 6,000 IRS agents. Excuse me? Okay, so that's what's going on in the world around the war, Iran. Hey, focus on what you love. The economy is on the brink of collapse. The economy is definitely, it appears to be heading for a recession, if not depression. Okay, so I just wanted to show you guys that because we don't hear a lot about the BRICS. So when you hear this shit that they're putting out, that we were on a hold because we couldn't do anything, and when they did strike, they were just striking at huts and things like that. A military don't just strike at no hut when they're being struck at and they are advancing. Now we find out that they did the exactly same thing that Biden had been doing, and saying that they couldn't do anything under the constrictions that Biden had the military under. We were just out in the sea covering our heads and ducking. Just lies. Just straight liars. Everything is Biden's fault. So let me stop sharing that. I'm gonna drop my link if anybody want to come up and converse. But I'm gonna get into a whole different topic. I know it took long for me to get to the point, but I just had a lot of. I just want to just not be saying stuff. I want to help you see it. That's all. Lordy, did you hear about the million people march on April 4th? I'm only boycotting and minding my business, but a lot of people are sick of this shit. Well, a lot, and the people who caused this shit ought to be the million people who are marching. I did my part. I did my part on election day. Yes, I did. I did my part on election day. And I'm doing my part in getting the word out that what this bullshit that you seeing on our for-profit media is not telling you. They are complicit in a whole lot of this shit because they don't call a lot of this shit out. These Republicans who have been put in office, who are just bowing down and doing whatever they are told to do, as if they are in fear of being primary, the richest man in the world primarying them, funding a candidate to primary them. You ain't got to worry about being primary because the fact that your own constituents ain't gonna vote you back in anyway. You can be the only one on the ticket and they ain't gonna vote you back in. The shit that you are allowing this administration to do to the American people. The fuck out of here. This shit is ridiculous. That's what I said too, girl. I did my part. Y'all do y'all's. All of these, said I didn't think it could happen to me. But you didn't think it could happen to you, which means that you felt it was okay if it happened to somebody else. All of this, I didn't think it could happen to me shit. Y'all may want to think that I didn't think it could happen to me and think somebody gonna give a fuck and give you any sympathy, because what that says is you were okay with it happening to other people who were not like you. You thought you were not the one, but then you fucked around and you found out. Yeah, all these both sides. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, they do it on the both sideism. Oh, girl. Okay. Yep. All these both sides dams about to get the fuck. I don't know what the H is. I'm so happy about that. I don't know what the H is. Okay. So let me get into this other commentary that I have as well. Yes, I do have some other commentary. I got a lot of shit on there. I just realized how slow I'm going. I was like, oh God, I ain't talked about none of this shit. Okay, let's talk about. I have so much shit on here. Okay. Let's talk about domestic terrorism. Okay, I really need to show this. I mean, because get the fuck out of here. Okay, thank you. I was like, I don't know what the H is. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, duh. Let me share this with you. All of this talk about charging American citizens with domestic terrorism. All of this actually. Okay, so we know what happened with the protests at Columbia College. And so they took a person with a green card, which means he had permanent residency here. They said that he was on a visa to go to school. That was not true. They have taken him to Louisiana from New York City. It was a long time before they found out where he was. Now they were talking about deporting him, much like they deported all those other people who they say are in Venezuelan gangs. They are just black sighting and disappearing people. Okay, so, and I also showed you where 4547 said that he wanted to do it to people who were vandalizing Tesla. Okay, so let's talk about domestic terrorism. This is what they're calling a lot of stuff nowadays. That now that they got that Pam Bundy as the in the DOJ. Here we go. Let me share this with you. The link is in my description box under domestic terrorism.
Israel is a bloodthirsty, genocidal, psychopathic country that's currently in the midst of a Holocaust. Brings me no joy to say that, but all the evidence is insanely clear. I think anybody who doesn't admit that at this point is honestly just dishonest. They're just not, for whatever reason, they're not telling you the truth, right? The official number of the dead, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, is now 50,000, but that number wildly undercounts, right? Every other analysis I've seen says minimum 100,000, some are over 200,000 dead, because the ability to actually count these things has collapsed. It collapsed a long time ago, right? So you have to go by the same sort of methodology that was used in previous genocides in order to get to the real number. And if you use that methodology, you're looking at over 150,000 people that have been killed by Israel, whether it be through starving, malnutrition, bombing them directly, there's ethnic cleansing, moving them from one area to another area, bombing tents, bombing schools, bombing hospitals, sniping kids in the face, attacking UN buildings, bombing World Central Kitchen workers, torturing Palestinians by anally raping them in concentration camps that they said. I mean, it's everything you can imagine. And, there's been a concerted effort to sort of hide the reality from Americans as much as possible, right? But look at this new piece of information that we learned. Ready? From Mohammed Shahada here. Netanyahu erupted in anger on October 9th. That's 2 days after October 7th, yelling and banging on the table. Why not 5,000? He scolded the chief of staff. We don't have 5,000 approved targets, Halevi replied. I'm not interested in targets, Netanyahu retorted. Take down houses, bomb with everything you have. So this is yet another example added to the laundry list of other examples that we've seen that we've covered on this show of just outright genocidal sentiment. Oh, I don't care if you're getting the bad guys or not. Just start bombing more shit. What's the problem? You've had top Israeli government officials calling Palestinians, they're not humans, they're animals. And we're going to treat them like animals. We're going to cut off the food, the fuel, the water, the electricity. We're going to do a total siege of the area, punish 2.3 million people for the actions of 30,000 or 40,000 Hamas members, right? And I've played the compilations for you where they literally sound like Adolf Hitler, all the top Israeli government officials, right? And here's another validation, yet again, for another meeting where he's like, what are we talking about? Go. By the way, they also, remember they used AI to pick targets, and the AI targets were like, yes, that preschool is great. Bomb that. So we learned this, okay? And by the way, Haaretz is doing a way better job covering this than U.S. outlets. There's still like passive language in the U.S. and, it doesn't describe intentionality on the part of the Israelis doing war crimes. It's very like, it's not very descriptive, and it's very hands-off. It's very passive in the language, like a blast occurred and Palestinians are injured, some say. Like it's stuff like that, right? So we learned this. Now, at the same time this is going on, what's happening under the Trump administration? Well, we know Trump is sending 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, sent them over $10 billion in weapons since he got in there. He's greenlighting them using those 2,000-pound bombs. He's letting them go back to decimating Gaza. He's going to allow them to move on the West Bank. He was paid by Miriam Adelson, and that was the quid pro quo, let Israel take the West Bank. And at the same time, he's doing one thing which was hard to foresee, because the U.S., we have the Constitution, we have the First Amendment, you have free speech, you have free protest. And so those things are supposed to be off the table. Well, not for Trump, somebody who's an open, authoritarian, fascist madman. So what do? Mahmoud Khalil, pro-Palestine protester, anti-genocide protester at Columbia, was one of the leaders of that movement. They disappeared him. They locked him up. Didn't even accuse him of a crime. In fact, said he didn't commit a crime, but they disappeared him. Okay. Well, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, has asked about this, and let me show you. Here's what she said.
If you do not comply with the law, if you do not protect our students on campus, these kids go to college to be safe, to learn in a safe environment, and that's not happening. And it's absurd that these universities are not stepping in to protect them, yet they're protecting these protesters who are also, I believe, some domestic terrorists. They're here inciting riots, inciting violence against students on college campuses, and it's going to stop.
So she just called pro-Palestine protesters domestic terrorists. If you protest for Palestine and against Israel's genocide, If you say something like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, or if you say free Palestine, they view that as a terrorist chant and that you are a domestic terrorist. Just like they said, shit, we might lock some Americans up in the, El Salvador slave labor camp, right? They might disappear some
Yes, I showed you that yesterday, where 4547 actually said that he may lock up Americans who, here it is right here. Let me show it to you right now. I look forward to watching the sick terrorist thugs get 20-year jail sentences for what they are doing to Elon Musk and Tesla. Perhaps they could serve them in the prisons of El Salvador, which have become so recently famous for such lovely conditions. Yes, that's what your actual president said, because it has been so easy for him to do what he's doing. Are we living under a dictator? Okay. And then he has his sycophants out here like Harris Faulkner of Fox News. Fox News host fantasizes about executing Tesla vandals. Harris Faulkner suggested that those caught burning Tesla vehicles could ultimately face the death penalty. This is how perverted the situation is. The haves saying that you have to bend your knee to me, and there are plenty of people wanting to keep access to power who are saying and doing the most disgusting thing. Okay, we're going to talk about these. Okay, we're going to talk about how Colombia is bending the knee. Okay, that's all I wanted to show about that. The link is in my description box. Let's talk about how Colombia is bending the knee. You understand that they have taken. They charged him with no crime. Said he didn't. Never said he did a crime, but they've taken him away. So they also told Colombia. I forget. I think I have it here. The exact things that they said that Colombia had to also do. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Let me find it. I don't think I took it down. Hold on one second. I hope I didn't take it down. No, that's about Tesla. Oh, Jesus, I took it down. Okay, he said Colombia must change things in their, change some of their courses. The African studies, I forget the other studies, that and can't allow people to wear masks. I think I may have to. And Colombia agreed to do these things because he was holding $400 million away from Colombia if they didn't do these things. I think I'm going to have to continue playing this. I talked about it the other day where they said that these are things that they had to do to continue receive $400,000. I'm going to have to go back to this video. Here we go. Let me remove this screen. I apologize. I thought I was done with this video.
Pro-Palestine protesters to those places, and Columbia is caving to them, and other colleges and universities are caving to them, and they're broadcasting, yeah, we'll charge you like you're a terrorist for just doing your free speech rights, for doing free protest, which this country guarantees in its constitution. So at the same time, we learn, here's another very clear and specific example of Benjamin Netanyahu saying, like, let's do a genocide, The people who are speaking out against that, they say, you're a domestic terrorist. No, you know who the terrorist is? Benjamin Netanyahu. You know who the terrorist is? Donald Trump. Sending Benjamin Netanyahu more money and more weapons day after day after day, watching them starve kids to death, snipe kids in the face, carpet bomb tents, carpet bomb hospitals. Did you know? Yes, literally yesterday, Israel bombed another hospital. An American doctor who's in Gaza had to come out and tell the story and say, my patient just died. I was about to be in his room. I wasn't in his room at the moment, but he died. He was in that room. I was very close to being in that room. They are acting like there are no rules and nothing matters and there is no international law because they think they can get away with it because they have the backing of the United States government.
Okay, I had to. He's hype. I like him, but he's hype on this. I'm trying to get to this Colombia, what they asked of them, and that they actually complied with this. So let's go to this screen right here. Let me share this screen with you. Here we go.
We begin with breaking news. Columbia University will comply with policy changes demanded by the Trump administration. The plans were revealed in a memo from the university president this afternoon. Derek Waller is live from the Morningside Heights campus with the latest. Derek?
Alice, the Trump administration put out those demands last week, bullet point by bullet point. And so today, the interim president of Columbia, Katrina Armstrong, actually put out this letter to students where she basically acquiesced to those demands. Now, she made that announcement a short time ago. Those changes include hiring 36 special officers who will be empowered to remove individuals from campus and or make arrests. The university is also banning face coverings on campus unless it's for a religious or medical reason. There's also changes to the disciplinary process, including moving the University Judicial Board under the purview of the president's office. There's also a new Office of Institutional Equity with 57 full-time staff to investigate discrimination complaints. Also, a new vice provost will review curriculum dealing with regional studies, starting with the Middle East. That is just a few of the changes. All of these were demands made specifically by the Trump administration. The Department of Education saying Columbia has
I personalize the outer packaging.
I'm sorry. I want them to actually say all the things that they are demanding from Columbia as far as the curriculum is concerned. All of this other stuff, and they're going to have somebody out here to look for discrimination, but you cannot look for discrimination in employment. Okay, so we are. Only if it's a Jewish and Palestinian situation that they want somebody out to look for discrimination. So if a Black or Hispanic student is discriminated against, are you not looking for that discrimination? Because you sure have scrubbed that from all of the federal agencies, and you're encouraging that type of scrubbing from all private industries. So I want to. I hope that this. I thought I had it pinned, but I have so much shit pinned. Hold on, let's see.
To demands from the Trump administration. We have some breaking news coming in right now. Just in the last few minutes, we are learning that Columbia University will give in to demands from the Trump administration in order to restore hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding. It appears that in some way, shape, or form, Columbia has agreed to pretty much all of the president's demands, including banning mask wearing, a new definition of anti-Semitism, and reforms to the admissions process, and as well putting the Middle Eastern Studies Department under so-called academic receivership. It is all in response to last year's widespread protests at Columbia, massive encampments and
not just. Let me make sure my mic is on. Not just the Middle Eastern Studies program, motherfucker. Read the whole thing. Place Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies Department under academic receiverships. Let's be clear. And they agreed to all of this. All of these, in my opinion, white supremacy demands. Let's continue.
Eastern Studies Department under so-called academic receivership. It is all in response to last year's widespread protests at Columbia, massive encampments and demonstrators temporarily seizing a campus building. Those protests sparked complaints from some Jewish students that the school was not protecting them. Tensions have ratcheted back up in recent weeks as the Trump administration cracks down on the school pulling funding and then conducting immigration raids, including the arrest of activist Mahmoud Khalil, who is currently fighting deportation from a facility in Louisiana. NBC's Antonia Hilton is outside Columbia's New York City campus. Antonia, break down how far Columbia is apparently willing to go in terms of agreeing to the administration's demands to get the money back.
Well, Tom, they essentially gave this administration every single thing that it asked for. And I can tell you, I've spent basically the entire day on the phone with faculty members, staff, with administrators here at Columbia, and people were fearing exactly this result. They were hopeful that the university might push back in some form, hoping to essentially show that it is a private institution, an institution that should be standing, in their view, for academic freedom, not just for their own sake, but for other universities' sakes. And so many of them are reacting in real time with shock and sadness right now. You laid out some of the critical ones here. A new definition of anti-Semitism adopted after all of the protests and controversy that we've seen on campus over the past year. The changes potentially to the field of Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African studies here. And really what is at the core of the concern for people within and outside of Columbia is what effect this might have on free speech and debate here. Take a listen to some of a conversation that I had with the president of the American Association of University Professors.
They have 60 schools on a list, and they're going to go right down that list. And they're going to.
Yeah, so, yes, there are. Yes, there are 60 schools on the list that they are threatening to take federal funds if they don't comply, and it's ridiculous that these are the demands. Okay, so and that's what's going on. How much of Project 2025 is completed now? I gave you a Project 2025 calculator that you can calculate it. You don't have to calculate it. You can choose what department. It'll tell you what percentage of Project 2025 has been adapted in these different departments, and in total, how much of Project 2025 has been completed. Let me share. Now let's get on to this. Here's something else that I want to talk about: the Social Security situation that they are dismantling, and trying to say that, hey, look, there's problems. It's not working. Okay, so the name of this is Why Doge is Struggling to Find Fraud in Social Security. And Mr. Muskrat with his chainsaw is having problems. Okay, Elon Musk put a big target on Social Security Administration in the first week of the Trump administration, claiming it is plagued by immense waste and promising audits to root out the extreme levels of fraud. Audits? He was saying he was going to audit something? I thought he was just firing people and just saying, this is what I found and not proving any of this. And because I didn't think it, I see that that's all he has been doing. Okay. President 4547, okay, we know what he said. Those services is already identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud at the agency. Yeah, the probable fraud at the agency is only there when he is there. Let's be clear. Okay, incompetence is only there when he is there. Kind of like firing all of these people who they have to rehire back. We know the incompetence. There is no competence in anything that the Muskrat is doing. Nothing at all. It's just a whole just show of firing people and not proving any waste, fraud, and abuse. Just calling paying workers waste, fraud, and abuse. That shows you the mind of rich people. They figure paying you to do your job is waste, fraud, and abuse. Why pay you? Okay, let's continue. But some of the biggest examples of allegedly wasteful spending held up by Musk and Doge so far have been overblown or inaccurate. Musk's assertions that tens of millions dead people over 100 years old are receiving Social Security benefits was so off base that it had to be tamped down by the agency acting head, who's been promoted because of his willingness to cooperate with Doge. The individuals are not necessarily receiving benefit. No, they're not. What do you mean necessarily? There are no people over 150 years old. This motherfucker, he was the one who took the place of the real administrator when he quit, and he was also filtering information to Elon Musk. So they made him the acting director. And we're going to talk about the director that they did the confirmation hearings on after we talk about this. Okay, so this acting motherfucker said these individuals are not necessarily receiving benefits. Said acting Social Security Commissioner Lee Duckett. Musk's intense focus on Social Security appears central to his promise to slash $2 trillion from the federal budget. The agency distributes $1.6 trillion in benefit payments each year, making up about 20% of all the federal spending. Its sprawling size but I don't see how they call that government spending, because that's not government spending. That's government disbursement of our money and our employer money that you take out of our fucking taxes. That's not government spending in the first place. Its sprawling size would appear to offer plenty of opportunities to root out waste, fraud, and abuse for those who think such problems run rapid in government. Okay, here we go. But less than 1% of Social Security payments in recent years were determined to be improper, often the result of an accidental oversight or change in benefit status, according to a recent report last year by the agency's inspector general. Did they fire that agency's inspector generals in the firing of the 19 inspector generals whose job it is to root out and to identify waste, fraud, and abuse? I'm gonna have to Google that if that man still has a job. That works out to about $9 billion a year, and more than 2/3 of the mistaken payments were eventually clawed back. Another agency audit which look only at payments to retired workers, survivors, and people with disabilities found fraud was listed as the cause behind just 3% of improper benefit payments. Despite the flood of money flowing through its Social Security, didn't make a 2024 list by the Government Accountability Office, the legislative branch nonpartisan watchdog, detailing the 16 agencies with improper payment rates of at least 10%. That report further found that 80% of all improper payments were due to just 5 government programs, including Medicare, Medicaid, but not Social Security. The wild claims they are making, I've never seen anything like this, Caitlin Roaming, a formal analyst and senior advisor at the agency said of Doge and Musk. Social Security is among the most scrutinized and audited agencies in government, with frequent probes by its 500-person Office of Inspector General. It pays outside auditors to examine its book. Congress grilled agency officials last year. A major focus on congressional hearings led by GOP wasn't waste or fraud. It was about Social Security being too aggressive in clawing back accidental benefit payments. Criminal investigations with Social Security IG office typically investigate cases tied to disability fraud or covering up of relative death to continue receiving benefits. The IG also monitors seemingly minor issues such as potential misuse of government credit card. Last month, it reported that the risk of problem was low because of strict internal controls. So there's the rest of this article. The continued attempts to sow doubt in the massive accomplishments of this never-before-seen effort to make government more efficient speaks more about the illegitimacy of those peddling those falsehoods than the good work of Doge Fields said. The American people are in lockstep with the president's mission and will not be swayed by more lies coming from legacy media. Oh my God. When asked about the reams of audits and reports that appear to contradict Trump and Mo's assertions of rapid waste and fraud in Social Security, White House spokesman Harrison Fields said the cost-cutting operation was being unfairly maligned. Okay. Let me see. In his speech to Congress early in March, Trump asked the Justice Department to investigate the spending at Social Security. We're going to find out where that money is going. And it's not going to be pretty, he said. He spent several minutes rattling off numbers from Doge, purporting to show that unbelievably old people are still collecting Social Security benefits, including one person listed as 360 years of age. All bullshit. They have not showed not one payment to people these age that he rambled off like a fucking nutcase that have gotten a Social Security check or benefit or direct deposit or anything. You have to show proof of this. So until they do, it's bullshit. Everybody know that this is bullshit. On social media must allege that more than 20 million Americans over age 100 receive Social Security checks. 20 million people over the age of 100 are receiving Social Security checks, alleged by Elon Musk on social media. Diversity describing it as a lot of vampires collecting Social Security. But those claims are not backed up by agency data. Officials said they showed a misunderstanding of reading the Social Security database. So so that article is pinned in my description box because I want to get to they are confirming they had a confirmation of the new Social Security guy that they want to put in office. So let's check that out. Let me share my screen. And they said that he is a Doge person as well. Okay, so he said that one of the things that he's going to use to get Social Security back in check was actually going to be AI. So we understand how well AI works in the insurance agency. The AI works so well in the insurance agency that they routinely deny the doctor's request for patients to save money, and up to 90% of the claims are automatically uniformly denied. We know so that it can make money for the shareholders. Okay, so let's now the Republicans came out and they talked about the confirmation hearing. Let's hear what they, because I haven't watched the confirmation hearing. So we're gonna hear what the senators have said about what they heard in the confirmation hearing for the new Social Security administrator, who says that he is definitely aligned with Doge.
Schumer, and I'm going to be brief and just touch on a couple of key issues. First, this nominee for Social Security is up to his eyeballs in Doge, and today we demonstrated that he did not tell the truth about his track record with respect to Social Security. He claimed, for example, that he had no involvement with Doge in terms of insisting that people be embedded who were close to Doge should be part of watering down people's protections for their data. And a very senior ex-Social Security person basically said that he lied. We're happy to make that statement available to all of you. We made it part of the record today. But
okay, so he's saying he's saying that he lied about his association to Doge in his confirmation hearing, and that is in the record. But these Republicans are going to approve him anyway. It doesn't matter that the people in their district that they are afraid to show up to and talk to and say that they are all Democrats having complaints in their district. They're going to confirm this man. You be sure about it. Let's continue.
The reality is that there are some areas where seniors are just terrified right now, and it starts with the phone system. And I asked him repeatedly, for example, if he would take some of the common sense steps that are necessary to get phone service, back. And as far as I can tell, he thinks that AI is a silver bullet. And I pointed out to him when he came in as well that a lot of seniors are not exactly signing up for chatbots and looking for all these so-called fixes. And my God, I wouldn't want to see somebody like United Healthcare involved in this, particular area of services. So what this is really,
he put AI in like that CEO that he was over the Medicare Advantage with United Healthcare, and the putting AI in, that was his brainchild that denied 90% of the claims straight out. And you see, he wound up laid out on the sidewalk, leaking, shall we say. So you go on and follow that motto, talking about some goddamn AI. AI to answer the phones. You ain't spending that much money. The fucking Social Security workers have been pared down. Now they're saying that people have to go in while they're, I think it's like 60 something percent of the field offices that they're closing. 60%. And you're going to have to go in to verify. And right now it's taking up to a month to get an appointment to see someone, they say. So let's continue.
All about in terms of Musk and
But see, I'm worried about my motherfucking money that I've been working since I've been 14, and they've been taking this money out of my check. I'm worried about when I have to go in to get approved. What is it going to be like then? And all of these savings that what are they going to be doing with our funds? Are they going to privatize this? Of course they are. Are these people that they give the Social Security give to be over Social Security are going to then say they need to put the funds in a trust, and then are the funds are in the trust going to lose money and all of this type of stuff, and then Social Security actually be depleted? Are we going to have to look at Social Security as something that needs to make a profit to pay these people, as opposed to just simply paying the government workers? Aren't these people going to have to be paid? And I'm sure you're going to pay somebody in the private sector who's over Social Security more than this numbnuts that you are doing the confirmation hearing about yesterday, shall I say. But let's continue.
This nominee is they want to hollow out Social Security. They want to hollow out the essential functions that the government has performed, and then say, oh my goodness, we've got to get some private contractors in. So what I can tell you is what the Senate Finance Committee heard today was what I call a prelude to privatization. Because what you do is you set it up this way, you start dismantling the government functions, then you go to private contractors. All of a sudden, you've got something that's completely privatized. This nominee said he knew nothing about privatization. I urge all of you to look at the statement from the whistleblower, because that statement indicates that we've got big problems with DOSH right now in terms of they're looking at private data that is basically the Fort Knox of American data systems, and we're not going to have the ability to protect people as we ought to. So this is a crucial kind of time. I'm doing everything I can.
Oh, so they have a whistleblower. I have that pulled up. We're going to go through and see if we can find what this whistleblower is saying. Now, a judge has already said that a Doge is not supposed to be looking at this information. If this whistleblower is saying they're looking at all the former employers, the employers' addresses, the Social Security numbers, your banking information, and all of this stuff. So it sounds like this hearing was quite interesting. We're going to have to go through it real quick.
And to mobilize attention to this, because in terms of phone systems and offices and personnel, I asked him again and again if he would take some common sense steps to actually help terrified seniors, and he basically said he was too busy. He said, we're going to have to do that another time. Thank you, Senator Schumer.
Wow.
At this moment, the White House and Secretary Hegseth are trying desperately to underplay an extraordinary blunder. We cannot overstate how serious of a disaster it is. If an American service member texted classified information about an active military operation to an unknown number on an unclassified app, they would be dismissed, investigated, and prosecuted. But the White House says there was no classified intelligence in this signal group. If that's true, the administration should immediately provide a copy of the group chat to Congress and the American people so we can make our own determination. I also sent.
Why are you talking about this? I guess you didn't have a chance to talk in that committee. You're supposed to be talking about the Social Security thing. Let me
understand that the messages in this signal chat were set to erase themselves after a certain amount of time. This would be a violation of federal records preservation laws. As such, the administration must preserve and provide a full transcript of these sessions immediately. Put simply, this has been one of the most egregious failures of operational security and common sense that I've ever seen. Up until now, military operations have been handled with the utmost discretion, using approved, secured lines of communication, because American lives are on the line. We need answers and accountability immediately. We should be grateful, frankly, that it was Jeffrey Goldberg, a responsible reporter, and not a foreign adversary who received this intelligence. Had this information been available to the Houthis in advance of the strikes, it could not only have allowed them to seek shelter, but it could also have allowed them to reposition anti-aircraft weapons that have put the lives of our aviators and other service members at risk. Taking a step back, all of this happened as the Trump administration systematically degrades America's national security in multiple ways. And I hope our Republican colleagues will join us in demanding answers and accountability for this incident. To quote Secretary Hegseth himself talking about the mishandling of classified documents, quote, "If at the very top there is no accountability, then two tiers of justice exist. There must be one tier of justice." And Mr. Hegseth should follow that path of justice. Secretary Hegseth, however, went forward and deliberately sent the details of a military strike package, including the movement of U.S. service members in an active combat zone, on an unclassified app, without confirming who the recipients were. I can't imagine that this information was not classified. President Trump has long advocated for accountability and transparency in the government, particularly as it relates to national security and the safety of American servicemen. As such, I trust he will address this breach with the seriousness and the diligence that it demands. I again request Secretary Hegseth to submit a full transcript of his signal messages to the Armed Services Committee.
Now, I'm wondering if he's going to get around to what he wanted to talk about, was supposed to be talking about. But I do appreciate him saying the things that he's saying about that first thing that we talked long about earlier.
There is no legitimate basis for him to withhold information from the committee that he claims is unclassified and has already been shared with a journalist. And I urge a bipartisan investigation and swift action. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, right here.
Pardon?
Look, what he did is despicable. We need a complete and thorough investigation.
Let's go to the confirmation. Hey, Truth and Reason, walking and looking. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you being here, Truth and Reason. Let's go to the confirmation. Here we go. Let's see. Let's peruse this confirmation hearing. I went past the introduction, so
I
let's
heard
start here.
last week from senior Social Security staffers at a town hall meeting I arranged in my hometown of Portland for federal employees. Senior Social Security staff told me that they were short-staffed even before DOGE arrived, how they can't respond on the phone, how the websites are crashing, and seniors are getting lost in the system. It is clear that this is happening around America today. Every day there's more hard evidence of this. So I believe it is time to bring a halt to DOGE destruction of Social Security before it goes any further. With these developments, the DOGE crowd is breaking a sacred promise to deliver Americans their earned Social Security benefits, and it is time for every member of this committee to step up and commit to rolling back these disastrous actions and bringing sanity back to Social Security. today's hearing is going to be an opportunity for our nominee to tell the American people whose side is he on. Is he on the side of American workers who paid into Social Security and now are being whipsawed by the DOGE bureaucracy? Or is he on the side of Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick, the Donald Trump cronies who think Social Security is a pyramid scheme and that seniors looking for help when their checks don't come on time must somehow be fraudsters? The urgency for today's hearing couldn't be greater. Since Donald Trump took office, Social Security has experienced the most chaos in its history. Mass personnel layoffs, eliminating phone service for basic help, sending seniors to overcrowded and understaffed field offices that have also been put on the chopping block for closure. Political appointees poking around your most sensitive private information, creating a big risk for what I call the mother of all identity thefts. Claims of massive fraud by Donald Trump and Elon Musk. This approach is a prescription for denying earned benefits to seniors and Americans with disabilities. And I want to be clear as we begin this discussion. If Americans lose access to their Social Security because of Trump-spawned chaos, that is DOGE stealing their money. Both Donald Trump and Elon Musk have repeated claims that there are millions of Social Security numbers assigned to people over 150 years of age, and they're still drawing benefits. Elon Musk says there's a massive amount of fraud and that Social Security is, quote, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. Donald Trump says that money is being paid to, quote, many Americans over age 100. Donald Trump thinks more than 1,000 people over 220 years of age are actually being paid by Social Security. Many Americans may be wondering if those individuals are still receiving their Revolutionary War pensions at this point. These are lies. Here are some facts. Last year, the Social Security Inspector General issued a report showing Social Security retirement and disability has a criminal fraud rate of, get this, 0.009%. By the way, as a percentage, that's much lower than the $1.4 billion in assets that reportedly went missing on the Tesla balance sheet just last week. Social Security itself reported 89,000 Americans aged 99 and over receiving benefits in December of last year. And Social Security automatically stops paying benefits at age 115, even if a death has not been reported. So don't take it from me. Check this sign. It says, why DOGE is struggling to find fraud in Social Security. So what's behind these lies on Social Security? In my view, they're deliberately misleading the public to set the stage for cuts to Social Security benefits that are going to be draped in anti-fraud rhetoric, the same way we're hearing the case being made for cutting Medicaid. Let's be clear again. Senate Democrats are going to fight attempts to cut Americans' earned benefits at every single turn. Our nominee has made a career out of taking over troubled businesses and using what I think is a pretty ominous recipe. Gut the company by firing hundreds or thousands of workers, sell off pieces of the business, and merge with another company. That resume and approach ought to concern Americans if somebody is thinking about applying that pattern to Social Security. As I've been saying for weeks now, this approach is a prelude to privatizing Social Security and handing it over to private equity. Every single member of this committee knows that there are ways to strengthen Social Security. But what Social Security does well year after year is to get the checks out the door to seniors that rely on them on time every single month. I'll close by saying improving Social Security doesn't start with shuttering the offices that handle modernization, anti-fraud activities, and civil rights violations. It doesn't start with indiscriminately firing or buying out thousands of workers. And it doesn't start with restricting customer service over the phone and drawing up plans to close field and regional offices. The Musk-Lutnick-Trump plan for Social Security is to take away earned benefits from seniors, hollow out the agency in preparation to hand it over to private equity, and give the savings over to their billionaire friends. The fact of the matter is Social Security could be fully funded for generations to come if you just cracked down on billionaire tax cheats and eliminated the payroll tax cap for millionaires and billionaires. This year alone, the Finance Committee has considered multiple Trump nominees that for one strategy or another have figured out ways to avoid paying what they owe into the programs that they are being nominated to actually run. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent paid little to no Medicare tax, and Dr. Oz managed to avoid paying both Medicare and Social Security. So this morning, our nominee has an opportunity to share his vision for improving Social Security, not dismantling it. And Americans deserve to hear this individual's vision for making customer service easier, not creating more roadblocks, which seem to get more and more strong each day. Americans deserve to hear a clear rejection of Elon Musk's view that Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme perpetrating fraud on the American people. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
In a moment, Mr. Bisignano will share his opening statement. Before doing so, I will provide a short introduction. Mr. Bisignano has more than 30 years of executive leadership experience in banks and global financial institutions. He currently serves as the chairman of the board and chief executive officer of Fiserv, Inc., a leader in payments and financial technology. Fiserv serves clients in more than 100 countries and processes $2.5 trillion in payments with over 850 million daily transactions. Fiserv has been recognized as a leading company by Fortune, Forbes, Time, and Newsweek, among others. Prior to becoming CEO and chairman of First Data Corp,
in essence, he knows absolutely nothing about Social Security at all. So instead of letting the prior Social Security administrator leave because Doge was in there demanding that she, that I think it was a she, that they would be allowed into the personal databases, and her refusing to do so, you guys let the experienced person retire. And instead of offering the position to a career worker, you're getting someone who is used to working in finance. Okay, so we're clear on that. So let's hear some of these questions. I think this is a Republican, I'm sure. Let's see. I am short for bullshit.
Get an answer will be of yesteryear. I also believe we can significantly improve the length of the disability claim process. Importantly, I think a 1% error rate based on the Inspector General report is 5 decimal places too high. We'll get the error rate down and be more accurate.
Really? Oh, okay. That's okay.
Unfortunately, it's not true. Mr. Chairman,
I've run a quality performing. So my comments really mean that I'm happy to work with anybody who can help us. And I believe that I'm fun.
Oh, I thought that was a senator. This is actually the Nimrod who is applying for the position. Let me see what he's talking about with this ill-fitting suit. Let's continue.
And I think, when you're winning, you feel good. And when you're losing, you feel bad. And my objective is to come in and motivate the workforce we have, 50,000 plus, to be able to get our job right the first time for the American public. I think, we have talent all over, like any organization, and we have very dedicated people.
For the first time? So you're saying up until that it hasn't been done right? Let's continue. This is some bullshit.
People in there, but I think there's been a lot of leadership change. If you look at the history of commissioners, they've turned over quite a bit. I'm committed to a 6-year term and to do a great job for the American public. And
well, let's understand why the last one left. Fuck you and your commitment.
To be here for you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And I'm sure you've noticed the daily news on President Trump's effort with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. You've heard about it today already, and I bet you'll hear about it some more. The Social Security Administration is one of the agencies that has received a lot of media attention regarding these efforts. For the record, are you currently at the Social Security Administration?
I'm not at the Social Security Administration, sir.
Have you been consulted by the acting commissioner about DOGE's work at the Social Security Administration?
I have not had a conversation about.
I understand that that is not true. Much like Russell Vogt, who hadn't been voted on after his confirmation, they're saying that he has been. Look, he can't even. He's looking down at the floor. He's lying, in my opinion. I'm just saying this is a lie. They said that he has been making moves already in the Social Security Administration. Let's continue.
About anything with this Social Security Commissioner who's acting right now.
Thank you. And during a February 5 interview,
and let's remember that the acting commissioner was giving DOGE information. That's why he is the acting commissioner right now, because the real commissioner quit instead of giving up all the information to DOGE. So they gave it to this kiss ass person. So you don't believe that this kiss ass person is giving him information as well? I'm just asking. Let's continue.
you on CNBC, you voiced your support for DOGE's work generally. Is there anything further you would like to add with respect to those comments?
I've run a quality control and efficiency program in companies my whole life. I've always been overseen by the OCC and the Fed, and control really matters a lot. So I've always considered myself an efficiency expert, but also a quality expert. If you look at my rankings, when I took over the mortgage company in J.D. Power, we went from the lowest performing to the highest performing. So my comments really mean that I'm happy to work with anybody who can help us. And I believe that I'm fundamentally about efficiency myself.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question for the nominee is, in the last 2 months, DOGE has been rampaging through Social Security. And I need to know first if you're responsible for some of this current chaos. So my first question is, between the time you were nominated and today, were you involved in discussions about DOGE or any of the operations, personnel, or management decisions with those working at Social Security?
See, I told you. I somehow, I think I read that somewhere. Let's continue. Why is this his first question? Because he Just Kimmy says, I never ask a question that I don't already know the answer to.
Social Security.
No, sir.
So that sounds like a reassuring response, but unfortunately, it's not true. Mr. Chairman, I have a statement from a senior official who worked at Social Security and recently left the agency. And the nominee told my staff, yours, and me in my office that the nominee wasn't involved with any agency operations, personnel, and management decisions. And the whistleblower statement says that the nominee insisted on personally approving several key DOGE hires at the agency, among other things, and getting frequent briefings. So, Mr. Chairman, the first thing I'd like to do is put into the record the statement from this very high-level official at the Social Security, a whistleblower.
Without objection.
So, according to the whistleblower, you personally intervened to get key DOGE officials installed at the agency who have masterminded this shipwreck that we're dealing today. Did you talk to anyone at Social Security about these changes?
I have never talked to Mr. Dudek. I have talked to Mike Russo, and
He said, have you talked to anyone? Mr. Dudek, that is the person who is the interim lead at Social Security. So,
and I've said that to your staff when they asked me. I know Mike Russo, he was the CIO of Shift 4, and he was the CIO at Oracle for Mark Hurd. And I know him for 20 years. I don't know him as a DOGE person. I know him as a CIO.
So with respect to anyone else did you talk to any of these officials who were involved in operations? Because the whistleblower said you personally intervened to get DOJ officials installed. And I understand there's one person who got basically approved in the middle of the night as a result of your insistence. Are you saying that the whistleblower is not telling the truth to the Senate Finance Committee? Because there are a number of very influential officials who have indicated that they will support the position of the whistleblower.
I was not involved in onboarding anybody in the middle of the night.
Well, we've heard some very disturbing comments with respect to some of the officials, and I think we've got to get to the bottom of it. Let me ask you about the role of ushering in key DOJ officials who've been working through agency databases and feasting on the personal information of the American people, their health records, their bank account data, their tax data. DOJ recklessness there has set off what could be the largest identity theft crisis in history. A federal judge ordered SSA to stop providing DOJ access. In her ruling, the judge said, and I quote here, DOJ's bogus reasoning akin to a fishing expedition in search of a fraud epidemic based on little more than suspicion. So my question to you here is, if you're confirmed, will you lock DOJ out of Social Security databases and stop them from exposing millions of Americans who could be damaged?
Sir, I've spent my career protecting PII in the largest institutions. I think it's of the utmost
That's a yes or no question, period.
important for PII to be protected. And yes, I will ensure it's protected.
So will you lock DOJ out? It's a very specific yes or no question. Will you lock DOJ out of Social Security databases?
I'm going to do whatever is required to protect the information that is private information. So I don't.
So if you deem that a DOJ employee that y'all on board has the right to the information, get the fuck out of my face with this shit. That's a yes or no question, bitch.
Know what lock DOJ out means, but there's way more than DOJ that can't have access to that information, sir.
I would like that in writing.
You still haven't answered the question if you would lock them out. Let's go back.
For Mark Hurd, and I know him for 20 years. I don't know him as a DOJ person. I know him as a CIO.
So with respect to anyone else, did you talk to any of these officials who were involved in operations? Because the whistleblower said you personally intervened to get DOJ officials installed. And I understand there's one person who got basically approved in the middle of the night as a result of your insistence. Are you saying that the whistleblower is not telling the truth to the Senate Finance Committee? Because there are a number of very influential officials who have indicated that they will support the position of the whistleblower.
I was not involved in onboarding anybody in the middle of the night.
Well, we've heard some very disturbing comments with respect to some of the officials, and I think we've got to get to the bottom of it. Let me ask you about the role of ushering in key DOJ officials who've been working through agency databases and feasting on the personal information of the American people, their health records, their bank account data, their tax data. DOJ recklessness there has set off what could be the largest identity theft crisis in history. A federal judge ordered SSA to stop providing DOJ access. In her ruling, the judge said, and I quote here, DOJ's bogus reasoning akin to a fishing expedition in search of a fraud epidemic based on little more than suspicion. So my question to you here is, if you're confirmed, will you lock DOJ out of Social Security databases and stop them from exposing millions of Americans who could be damaged?
Sir, I've spent my career protecting PII in the largest institutions. I think it's of the utmost important for PII to be protected. And yes, I will ensure it's protected.
So will you lock DOJ out? It's a very specific yes or no question. Will you lock DOJ out of Social Security databases?
I'm going to do whatever is required to protect the information that is private information. So I don't know what lock DOJ out means, but there's way more than DOJ that can't have access to that information, sir.
I would like that in writing, that you will lock DOJ out of the Social Security databases. Will you furnish that in writing?
I don't know what lock DOJ out of the Social Security.
It's got a pretty simple concept. When you lock somebody out, you stop them.
There's lots of databases, but PII will not be exposed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like you and I and the committee to follow up on what this whistleblower has told us, because your staff met with them, my staff met with them, I met with them, and I don't believe that this whistleblower would make this up. This whistleblower has said that this is a nominee who will be bad for the agency and has cited specifics. And this nominee says that the whistleblower is wrong. And I think this whistleblower throughout their career has been somebody who's told the truth. And I think we better get to the bottom of it. And they told your staff the same thing they told mine, that this nominee had nothing to do with operations. And certainly some very experienced individuals feel that that was not true.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much. Welcome, Mr. Bisignano. Two quick questions. One, I'm concerned on behalf of constituents with Social Security disability that there are cliffs in the benefit system that create very peculiar behavior around the edge of the cliff. I think we should engage in bipartisan cliff smoothing. Is that something that you would work with us on?
I'm prepared to research it if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed as soon as I get in there.
And if you are confirmed,
report back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you are confirmed, will you check and make sure that the Musk infiltration of Social Security databases has not damaged those databases or left back doors for private actors to get back into to access Social Security's data system?
It will be a total review. Yes.
Thank you. So here's where I think we are. I think there's a bit of a plot afoot here.
But there'll be a total review. Well, are we forgetting that these are hackers? A lot of these Doge people are actually hackers. So what is this review? Who's going to do this review? Is it going to be a qualified person to do the review?
Step one is to lie about not intending to damage Social Security and to protect Social Security benefits. The president is a profligate liar. Russia didn't invade Ukraine. The election was rigged and stolen from me. I'm not a criminal. DOJ was weaponized. Climate change.
I want to thank all of you who came and stopped by and listened. But I'm gonna go through this, and I'm not gonna go through Republican stuff. But if you, I understand that some of you guys may have to, excuse me, leave. But thank you for being here, and let's continue.
Change is a hoax. You just can't stop the lies. And I think I'm not going to attack Social Security is a lie. So that's step one, lie about it. Step two is discredit Social Security. Trump and Musk have been lying loudly about imaginary Social Security fraud, which seems to me to be an effort to lower public confidence in the program. They falsely called it a Ponzi scheme. Well, if those things aren't true, why are they saying that? What is the motive behind those lies? I think the motive is to discredit the system. Then you send in your Musk characters and you start them messing around in the operations of Social Security to damage it. And as we were sitting here, Mr. Bisignano, here comes the breaking news from the Washington Post. Headline, Social Security is breaking down amid long waits, waves of calls, and web crashes. A flood of cuts led by Elon Musk has sent the agency into meltdown as a new commissioner, prepares to take charge. So
okay, so it was reported that the system broke down 4 times yesterday. Okay, and it was also reported that people were sitting on the phone for 5-hour waits to talk to people. So let's continue.
You also have the billionaire commerce secretary saying that an interruption of benefits would be a good way to sniff out fraud, because the only people who complain when their benefits were interrupted would be the fraudsters, which is...
Let's understand, this same commerce secretary who said this said his 94-year-old mother-in-law would not complain if she didn't get her check this month. She would just wait until next month and think, I'm going to get my check. But and let's be clear that this commerce secretary is also a multi-billionaire who said this. Let's continue.
Idiotic, frankly, but it is part of this campaign to disrupt as well as discredit Social Security so that there is then an interruption of benefits. Once there is an interruption of benefits, then Trump can declare an emergency in Social Security and send in the tech bros and the private equity folks, some of whom are already messing around in Social Security, to say, to save Social Security, we have to take it over. We got to have the tech bros and the private equity people take over Social Security. And then that's it. The long-standing Republican goal of getting rid of Social Security as a public program is achieved. And under the pretense that they've saved it. broken it in order to save it. Will you? Let's just say that that turns out to be the set of facts that you determine to be the accurate case once you get over there. Will you participate in or defend against that scheme?
Well,
what do you think he's nominated for? That's what he does in his regular business, is take over companies and streamline all the workers and call himself making the operation whole again. That is his job currently. Let's continue.
I think my job as a commissioner is to ensure that every beneficiary receives their payments on time, that disability claims are processed in the manner they should be. So my first actions are going to be to get organized around delivering the services. And I've only been given one order, which is to run the agency in the right fashion.
And what role will privatizing Social Security, bringing in private equity and tech people, and giving Elon Musk and his little crowd a role have in all of that?
I've never thought about privatizing. It's not a word that anybody's ever talked to me about. And I don't see this institution as anything other than a government agency that gets run for the benefit of the American public.
Let's hope that that is the way this ends. Thank you.
Get my guarantee I'll make it end that way.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy.
Good to see you, sir. Good
to
to
see
meet
you.
your family in New Orleans at the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
And I was struck when I asked, okay, I forget how much Social
This
Security
must
puts out
be a
per day.
Republican.
And I asked, you want to take that
Yeah,
on? And you said,
okay.
I handle 5 times that much per day right now.
So we're gonna bypass him. He's met his family and the whole 9 yards, and nobody cares. We're definitely gonna bypass this motherfucker. Okay, let's see who else. He looks like one of the 380-year-old people. He looks like a whole motherfucking ghost sitting up here. So let's get to a real questioner.
Asking that.
Well, I'm glad you will follow the law.
Decisions get it back out. So appreciate your time and your leadership and for your willingness to step in this role.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Wyden. Good morning, Mr. Bisignano. It was very nice to visit with you in our office, and congratulations to you and your family for your nomination. Before turning to Social Security issues, I want to ask you a simple question that I'm asking every nominee now, related to recent events. If directed by the president to take an action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's directive?
Well, I'd follow the law, but I can't ever imagine the president asking that.
Well, I'm glad you will follow the law.
That's the same answer Pete Sedge had to her question. I can't imagine him asking me to break the law. So he's definitely a no for me.
I challenge the notion that you can't imagine this president instructing somebody to break the law. I won't go through the litany, but there.
Yeah, I challenge that assertion as well, because you see that he has many judges have already ruled that things that he has done are absolutely unconstitutional. Let's continue.
There are plenty of examples of it since he took office. Now, I want to move on to Social
Exactly.
Security. Elon Musk and President Trump have set their sights on cutting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid to pay for tax cuts for corporate special interests and billionaires. Elon Musk has referred to Social Security as a Ponzi scheme. That's in quotes. And he recently called for cutting up to $700 billion from Social Security and Medicare. That could mean cutting 1/3 of these programs. Social Security operates, as you know, on simple math. To achieve a 1/3 cut, you'd either have to take away benefits for 1/3 of the people currently receiving them, or cut the payments that they're getting by 1/3. So, Mr. Bisignano, which is it? Are you going to throw 1/3 of the people off of the program or cut their benefits by 1/3?
Neither.
That's good to hear. So if the president and the Congress decide to cut these benefits, you're going to stand up for the beneficiaries?
Well, if Congress decides, I mean, ultimately these decisions get done in the Senate Finance Committee. It's a collaboration. It's not the commissioner's job to make that decision.
So do you oppose cutting 1/3 of Social Security benefits?
I think the president has made it very clear that he has no objective, and he's made it very clear to cut any benefits from Social Security.
Yet he has Elon Musk, who until he was told he couldn't by a court, running rampant through Social Security, and he's laying off staff and making it much more difficult for people to get benefits. That's inconsistent with the president's pledge. If you are confirmed, will you commit to stand up to Elon Musk and Doge and stop them from cutting 1/3 of Social Security benefits, which Musk has already said he wants to do?
Well, I've worked for Tony Terciano. I've worked for Jamie Dimon.
Okay, that's not the question. That is not the question. And the last question, she asked you a question, and you went to what Trump wanted. Let's pay attention.
1/3 of these programs. Social Security operates, as you know, on simple math. To achieve a 1/3 cut, you'd either have to take away benefits for 1/3 of the people currently receiving them, or cut the payments that they're getting by 1/3. So, Mr. Bisignano, which is it? Are you going to throw 1/3 of the people off of the program or cut their benefits by 1/3?
Neither.
That's good to hear. So if the president and the Congress decide to cut these benefits, you're going to stand up for the beneficiaries?
Well, if Congress decides, I mean, ultimately these decisions get done in the Senate Finance Committee. It's a collaboration. It's not the commissioner's job to make that decision.
So do you oppose cutting 1/3 of Social Security benefits?
I think the president has made it very clear.
No, she asked you about what you oppose, not the president. Let's continue.
That he has no objective, and he's made it very clear to cut any benefits from Social Security.
Yet he has Elon Musk, who until he was told he couldn't by a court, running rampant through Social Security, and he's laying off staff and making it much more difficult for people to get benefits. That's inconsistent with the president's pledge. If you are confirmed, will you commit to stand up to Elon Musk and Doge and stop them from cutting 1/3 of Social Security benefits, which Musk has already said he wants to do?
Well, I've worked for Tony Terciano. I've worked for Jamie Dimon. I've worked for Henry Kravitz. I've worked for Sandy Weil. I've worked with them. I have the ability to lead the agency in the manner that this Senate Finance Committee wants me to do that. And I don't know of any thought that I have about cutting 1/3 of the benefits of Americans or even entertaining anything of that sort.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I will echo the ranking member's request that we get a commitment from you that you will keep Doge out of Social Security, because one of the things we're seeing since this administration took over is steps that are making it harder and harder for people to apply for benefits, get benefits, and really working to slow things down, which is one way, of course, of slowing benefit payments and reducing costs at the expense of beneficiaries. Let me turn to a New Hampshire issue. 1 in 5 Granite Staters receive Social Security benefits that they paid into for their entire lives. Earlier this month, at the direction of Elon Musk and Doge, the administration announced plans to close 47 Social Security offices, including the one in Littleton, New Hampshire. Shortly thereafter, the Social Security Administration announced plans that would force more applicants and beneficiaries to go in person to offices, while at the same time laying off staff who work in those remaining offices. If the Littleton office is closed, North Country seniors would be forced to travel nearly 100 miles to the next closest New Hampshire field office. If confirmed, will you commit to keeping the Littleton Social Security office open, or will you do what Elon Musk commands you to do on this issue?
I'm going to be running the agency, and I report to the president running the agency. So I just want to be very clear on that. I will evaluate the whole situation, and I'll report back to you.
And for the Mr. Chair, I'd like, with unanimous consent, to offer into the record this archived copy of the listing by Doge that includes the Littleton, New Hampshire Social Security office as one that they would like to close.
Without objection.
Thank you. And last thing, I will submit this for the record, but I do want to note that Commerce Secretary Lutnick has suggested that seniors wouldn't mind if the Social Security Administration didn't send out benefits 1 month, and that only fraudsters would complain. And I will ask the nominee to reflect on how long he would be okay delaying Social Security checks to seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bisignano, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For meeting with me. I appreciate it. Welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. Welcome to your family. Let me just get a couple of questions.
We're not going to listen to her. No. Let's see what he's just talking about.
Into Social Security their whole lives, who've earned these benefits, get the money that they were promised. Mr. Bisignano, welcome. We appreciate you answering the call that this is a job you don't need, This is a job that you don't covet, but instead you're one of the patriots that's stepping forward to help
Okay.
save this nation.
He's talking about patriots and saving this nation. He's doing none of that. He's applying. He's being reviewed to take the job as the Social Security Administrator. Let's be clear. It's nothing about patriotism in any of this shit. The fuck out of my face with that dumb shit.
I like to believe we're fundamentally a tech company, that provides payments, 100% of the American households. A lot I've heard is about the old COBOL system. I don't know about the whistleblowers. I know that it's all over.
First of all, Mr. Bisignano, thank you for your willingness to serve. I have to compliment President Trump and his team. I can't imagine them finding a more qualified individual for this position.
Okay,
I mean,
let's move
not
on.
kidding. I think it's pretty remarkable.
Let me see
what happened here. First of all, they were disconnected twice when they got on the phone. In fact, I'm going to read
to deliver efficiency. And, if you're battle tested, I believe I'm battle tested, you know how to do all of those. And
First of all, thanks for your service. He's not a motherfucking, oh God, these motherfuckers, with all this patriotism bullshit. Oh, kill me. That doesn't apply. Okay, let's continue.
Clear, the agency heads are in charge of the agency.
Well, again, I can't imagine somebody more qualified for this position. So again, you got my support, and again, thanks for your willingness to serve.
Every nominee that he has put up, you idiot Republicans say how qualified they are, and we saw the day before yesterday these nominees that you guys approved, how unqualified they all seem to be. Let's continue.
Serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Congratulations on your nomination, your willingness to serve. Since the Social Security Administration was first established as an independent agency, the importance of the public trust has always been integral to that core mission. I want to cut to the chase, though, on customer service for a moment, if I might. Like Senator Johnson, I spent most of my career in the private sector. Customer service is paramount. In fact, after I left Procter & Gamble, I went to work for a customer experience CRM solution. We worked with call centers to make sure the customer was getting a great experience. And so as we prepared for this hearing yesterday, I asked my team, let's just see what it's like to call the Social Security Administration. So we went online, and there's a nice little box that says, we are here to help. And I realize you're going to be coming in here to fix some of the problems. This is not happening on your watch, but I want to make you aware of the customer experience my staff member experienced when they call the 800 number, we are here to help. So to recant what happened here, first of all, they were disconnected twice when they got on the phone. In fact, I'm going to read the just want to get the text message. Here it is. Called the SSA number 3 times, disconnected twice after 2 minutes. And this is the published "We Are Here to Help" 800 number. Finally got through to wait to speak to a representative. And here's what my staff member encountered for an hour. I mean, it could have at least had Olivia Newton-John or some mediocre 70s music. But for an hour, this repeated over and over again, and then they were disconnected. You can't make this up. I'd encourage anybody, try calling the Social Security 1-800 number. It's 1-800-772-1213. And in fact, it says if you call in the morning, the wait times are usually shorter. Later in the week, a little longer. Later in the month, a little longer. It says our automated telephone services are available 24 hours a day. Disconnected 3 times. And the 3rd time after waiting an hour listening to these really D-grade elevator music. So we've got a lot of work to do to serve the taxpayers in this country and improve their customer experience. I just want to have some help. And I realize this isn't happening on your watch, but let me just put like one of your to-dos is maybe try calling the 1-800 number and see what it's like in your own experience. This was just literally yesterday. As you begin looking at areas for innovation and improvements in the delivery of the vital services and benefits, will you commit to me and to my office to ensure that Montanans have access to Social Security, particularly for our Montanans who live in rural areas?
No.
My belief is, first of all, thank you for talking about the phone service, because although we publish a 22-minute wait time, that's an average wait time. And I think the better way to measure it over the long haul is what percentage of calls get answered within 30 seconds.
No, actually, they have a better technique. They actually have a technique that actually gives you the callback time accurately. And they also have a technique when they know that the wait times are extensive, that they allow you to choose if you want to put yourself in a queue to be called back. I thought you did this type of thing. Just because they say 22 minutes, does that mean 5-hour wait time? Are you kidding me? Let's continue.
Right? Because we have percents of calls that are taking an hour and a half, and only half the callers get through. So
okay, so if you have people calling and you tell them it's a 22-minute wait time, but you have calls that last an hour and a half, and you're laying off staff people and closing offices, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Let's continue. This is some dumb shit.
And up because I have a multi-channel strategy I think about, which is to meet beneficiaries where they want to be. If they want to come to a field office, if they want to do it over the phone, or if they want to do it over the web. But all three of those channels have to execute well. They have to execute well. So it's not enough to just have them. We have to be able to also.
It's not okay just to have them. They have to have people that get the people through, get the work done. If you have a whole office and you have 10 people working there and you lay off 7 of the 10 people, how effective do you think that these 3 people are going to manage the same caseload of people that come to your offices? The fuck out of here. Let's be real. Let's be real. It's only so much people can do. That means you have to keep the people, retain your workers. That's what it means.
Also use.
But he's going to come up talking about AI. People want to talk to human beings. I know I want to talk to a human being, and I want to talk to a human being that can speak English and talk English that I can understand. Let's continue.
All the technology available to us today to do a great job for our beneficiaries. So we have my commitment to work my tail off on all of it.
Thank you. One of the challenges we face oftentimes when they post customer service hours, particularly with call centers, is the call centers are open when many people are not available because they're at work. And then when they are available, the call center's closed. And so we just described there the multi-channel type approach, whether it's a web experience, getting information directly from the internet, whether it's a call, whether it's an email, to really lock in on service levels that we can make sure we're providing to our customers, the taxpayers of this country, and those beneficiaries have been paying into that system their entire life. They deserve a lot better. And I hope you will bring much needed change to the Social Security Administration with your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Sanders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Biscagno.
Let's go.
Mr. Biscagno, in your opening remarks, you mentioned that last year the Inspector General reported that the error rate in Social Security was less than 1%, and it was an error rate that you wanted to improve upon. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. But in his State of the Union address, listened to by millions and millions of Americans, President Trump suggested that, quote, millions and millions, end of quote, of Social Security checks are going out to people who are between the ages of 140 and 360 years old. Millions and millions of checks. You've just acknowledged what is true, is that the error rate in Social Security is less than 1%, 99 point whatever of the people who get the checks paid into the system and deserve those checks. So what I want to ask you is, do you think that President Trump was just expressing an outrageous lie, which I happen to believe, trying to undermine Social Security, or was he just grossly uninformed about the reality?
I think what the president was representing, which further was represented again and proven to be accurate, is that there were millions of Social Security records that did not have people deceased.
No, that's not what he was representing. He was representing that money was going to people who were over what was the 120 years old up to 360 years old. Now, it has been after they have made these claims, it has been flushed out by people who actually knew why these people were still in the Social Security database is because no one called them and submitted a death certificate. So until a death certificate is submitted to Social Security, they will forever remain on the rolls. However, they cut off checks at, I believe, 102 or 3. And the person has to verify that they are still alive. That's what happened. He lied, and he said that they were getting checks, and then they were fact checked. That's what happened. So he wasn't representing that they were still on the rolls because they had passed away and nobody submitted a death certificate, because that came after the lie. The fact came after the lies that first was reported by Elon Musk in the Oval Office. That was first reported there. And then that 47 listed on his state to Congress address. All these ranges of age, talking about tens of millions of people receiving checks. Nigga, the fuck you talking about?
Let's not play with words. What you have just acknowledged is that in 2024, the Social Security Administration paid out over 99 point whatever percent of people eligible. The error rate was less than 1%. Millions and millions and millions of people, 200 or 300 years of age, did not get checks. Is that true?
What I represented was that a 1% error rate in a mission critical function like Social Security is way too high.
I agree.
And
excuse me, I don't have much time. Sorry. President said millions and millions of people. You're saying, and you're right, less than 1%. You want to improve it? You're right. Let's do it. President was lying. And what he was trying to do was undermine the foundations of Social Security by saying the system is out of control. All right, my next question is, Senator Daines made a good point. You called Social Security today, it's a disaster. Why, if right now it is hard for people to get through in Vermont and all over this country, why do you think the Social Security Administration is now closing down offices and laying off 7,000 employees? And we have heard from Mr. Dudek that he wants to cut up to half of Social Security's workforce. When the department is now understaffed, people can't get through. Do you think it makes sense to lay off half the staff?
First and foremost, I'm not there, sir.
Just answer the question, please.
That's not what, that wasn't the question. We know you're not there. They're seeing if they're going to confirm you to be there. So shut the fuck up with this dumb shit and answer a simple question. Because you don't want to say, yes, I agree that they should cut half of the workers, and you know you're not going to get you're going to still get the job because all the Republicans are going to vote for you anyway, and the Democrats are outnumbered. So let's be clear. We know with that answer that you are going to do whatever you're told to do, like a good little puppy, a good old dog you are. A good old dog. You ain't no puppy. You a seasoned lumpy nose dog that got lesions on your skin and shit. One of them old dogs that sleep under the Buick, the beat up Buick, and got all the crust on its elbows and shit. Old yard dog. Let's get. I don't know where I'm going. Let's continue.
Do you think it makes sense? I know you're not there. Do you think it makes sense to lay off half of the staff when right now it is at a 50-year low in terms of staffing?
Well, I don't know where Mr. Dudek gets his information from, and I don't communicate with Mr. Dudek.
I'll just ask you. I mean, I think what Mr. Senator Daines said was right. Tough to get through right now. I think common sense would suggest that when it's bad now, you don't lay off half your staff. Would you agree with me?
I believe that we can drive efficiency for the rest of our life.
How are you going to drive efficiency when you don't have enough people to be efficient? He refuses to say that, yes, I am going to do exactly that. That's exactly what he's going to do, what he's told to do. Let's continue.
I also understand that it takes 20 plus minutes to answer the phone.
On a good day.
Right. Well, that's the average published, right? It's not how I would report the numbers because I think.
All right, but all that I'm asking, when you have a system that is not working now, do you think it's a great idea to lay off half of the employees?
I don't know do I think it's a great idea to lay off half of the employees when a system doesn't work? I think the answer is probably no.
Okay. I now want to ask you another question, more philosophical, if you like. I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, and you made $100 million recently in compensation in a given year. All right, my question is not to deal with that per se, but right now, we have 22% of seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year. A lot of people, older people living in desperation in America. Some of us want to expand Social Security benefits because we think people should not be living on $15,000 a year. We're concerned about the solvency of Social Security. We want to extend it beyond where it is right now. Do you agree with me that it does not make sense to somebody like yourself who makes $100 million a year in compensation to be paying the same amount into Social Security as somebody who makes $176,000? Or would you work with me to raise that cap so more money can come into the system?
I know there's an actuarial function in the area. I know it's analytics. I'm a fact-based, rule-based person. I'm happy to study anything and work side by side with you, sir.
All right, all that I ask in general right now, the system is stressed financially.
I'm sorry?
The system is stressed now financially. We want to increase the solvency and increase the benefits. Is it a good idea to remove the cap, which is now, I think, $174,000, so that wealthy people contribute more into the system?
I don't think that's the commissioner's job at all, sir. I think the commissioner's job is to run the agency right. I'm happy to provide all the information you want, and I'm happy to be a partner in solving every problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow on my two colleagues in their questions about the operation. And it's clear, I think a lot of the American people, they're very bothered by billionaires taking a shot at their Social Security. And so I just think it sounds out of touch. Secretary Lutnick saying stop payment to find fraud. And then Mr. Musk, who everybody is questioning what his role is anyway, the big one to eliminate. That's what he was saying on Social Security. So those are enough, right? Those are enough. But now we have these patterns. Let's go after the staffing. Let's go after the office closures, a new requirement to re-register. The American people are scared to death that you're really going after Social Security. So instead of hiring people, like my colleagues are suggesting, to improve the service, basically you're allowing Elon Musk's little Doge team to go in there and to find fraud. So did they find a dead person in Seattle that was getting Social Security? Yes. Here's the article from the Seattle newspaper by Danny Westney. Oh, wait a minute. He wasn't dead. So not only did my constituent not get his payment in February, they went to his bank account and tried to claw back previous payments from January and December. And then what did he do? He had to go down to the building in Seattle, the federal building that you're trying to close, and stand in line for hours and hours and hours to try to say he wasn't dead and to stop taking his money. He made an in-person appointment, but it was pushed back 11 days. 11 days. Ultimately had to wait in line, as I said, which he said, quote, "They are so understaffed down there. They think their office is about to be closed down and they don't know where they're going to go. It feels like the agency is being gutted," end quote. So I have to ask you, why are we allowing these people to go in and cause havoc to our constituents instead of hiring people to do the job?
Okay, so let me interject here. I also saw this guy on a news report, and what he said was he didn't get his check, and then they went into his bank account and took out over $5,000. These payments that she said that they tried to claw back, they actually went into his bank account, and he said, fortunately, I am not stressed, but I can't imagine that happening to someone who live check to check on Social Security. That's what I remember of the story. I'll try to find it as they're talking.
Oh, I have several questions, so you can just answer yes or no. Do you think Social Security is a Ponzi scheme?
I've said I believe it's a promise to pay. And it's been here for 89 years. It's been one of the truest things we have for our aged and our disabled. And my objective is to continue it and do a great job for the American public.
Do you think Social Security should be privatized?
I've never heard a word of it, and I've never thought about it. So
Do you think it should be privatized? Yes or no?
I don't believe anybody's thinking about that.
Do you think Social Security age should be raised?
I'm sorry?
The president, other people have suggested in the administration, I think including the president in a prior thing, that Social Security should be raised.
You know, the commissioner's job is to ensure that the agency operates correctly. I want to provide all the information required by Senate and by anyone else in order to make the decisions. But I don't believe I'm a decision maker on any of these items,
Okay,
but I'm
do you-
happy to provide every piece of information
With this
required.
kind of habit going on, my constituents want and deserve answers. Will you commit to opposing any cuts to Social Security benefits?
We have no objective. I have no objective, and I've been told by the president to ensure that we preserve and protect Social Security.
Okay. Do you believe that you should be hiring enough staff to service people and stop the Doge people from cutting my constituents off of their well-deserved check? Now, Mr. Lutnick said he doesn't care. It's okay if they miss a payment. I don't know who his mother-in-law is or what kind of support she's got, but I know my constituent needed that check and he wasn't dead. And so the notion that he has to go through these extraordinary efforts and you guys are encouraging it. So I want to know when it's going to stop, when they're going to stop doing that and instead fund, as my Republican colleague said, the services of Social Security so that these poor seniors can get their checks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 90 years ago, Congress passed the Social Security Act, and the deal was simple. You work hard, you pay into Social Security across all your earnings years, and then when you retire, you can count on having those Social Security benefits that you paid for. And now co-presidents Trump and Musk want to renege on that deal. So Doge has taken a sledgehammer to the Social Security Administration, firing staff, closing field offices, and pulling the plug on phone services. Last week, the acting commissioner of Social Security, who is openly working with Elon Musk, actually threatened to shut down the entire agency. Now, this isn't about efficiency. Elon said the quiet part about his plans right out loud. Musk said we should, quote, eliminate Social Security. The richest man in the world said that Social Security for 73 million Americans should be destroyed. Mr. Bisignano, you have been nominated to be in charge of Social Security, and seniors need to have a right to know if you're going to protect their benefits. So let's start simple. Say a 66-year-old man qualifies for Social Security. Mr. Bisignano, could the Social Security Administration or Elon Musk or Donald Trump decide to cut her benefits by $5,000 for no reason without a new law passed by Congress?
Is that a question, ma'am?
Yeah, that's a question.
I don't see that happening.
I didn't ask if you see it happening. Could they, by law, cut those benefits without coming to Congress?
No.
No. All right, so let's dig deeper. Suppose this same 65-year-old calls the helpline to apply for Social Security, but he's told about the new Doge rule, so he has to go online or in person. He can't drive. He has trouble with the website, so he waits until his niece can get a day off to take him to the local Social Security office. But Doge closed that office, so they have to drive 2 hours to get to the next closest office. When they get there, there are only 2 people who are staffing a 50-person line, so he doesn't even make it to the front of the line before the office closes, and he has to come back. Now, let's assume it takes our fellow 3 months to straighten this out, and he misses a total of $5,000 in benefits checks, which by law, he will never get back. So, Mr. Bisignano, is that a benefit cut?
Well, first of all, Senator,
Is that a benefit cut? I'm sorry, my time is limited here. That's an easy question, yes or no? Is it a benefit cut?
I have no intent to have anything like that happen on my watch,
I
ma'am.
understand that. Is it a benefit cut?
I'm not sure what to call it. It sounds like a horrible
Is the
situation.
person getting the $5,000 they were legally entitled to?
That was your scenario. And
So are they getting $5,000 they were legally entitled?
That's an actual scenario. Let me. I found that a situation that the prior woman was talking about. That's an actual scenario. An 82-year-old man was at home when he found out that he was dead. Is the name of this story. According to the Seattle Times, okay. let me go up a little paragraph. Leonard Johnson told the Seattle Times that his wife Pam received a letter from his bank in February expressing condolences over her husband's apparent death in November. It was a little weird. Pam, who initially thought it might be a scam, told CNN, noting that at the time she got the letter, her husband was actually sitting next to me drinking coffee. According to the Seattle Times, the bank's letter also noted that they have received a request from the Social Security Administration to return benefits paid to Leonard Johnson's account after their passing, which reportedly amounted to $5,201. They are communicating with the bank, not her. They're communicating with the bank. Okay. Additionally, he claimed that he hadn't received his Social Security payments for February and March, and that his Medicare insurance had been canceled. And when he called his bank about the matter, he was told to take it up with the agency. I was told by the bank that we have no way of communicating with Social Security, Ned told CNN. It comes electronically to us. We automatically react to it. Okay, so after a few weeks of calling the agency, and he received an appointment for March 13th, according to outlets, but that got pushed back to March 24th. He decided to go to the Social Security office in downtown Seattle, where Ned, who brought along his passport as proof of existence, said he waited for 8 hours. So you heard the rest of the story. I just wanted you to know that I just wasn't talking. Let's get back to this hearing. I just wanted to let you know that was, in fact, the information that I had heard about this. We're going to get back to this right now. Okay.
Entitled to?
I don't know. I mean,
don't
you just
know?
told me.
Now you made $1 million, $100 million. He made $100 million in compensations. And knowing that the law says the missed payments, that if you miss payments, that being paid payments, you cannot get back pay on the months of payments that you've missed. And she gave you a scenario and she's asking you, is that a cut in benefits? And you can't figure this out, that the simple answer is yes. That is a cut in your benefits that you paid into and that you were supposed to have gotten. So 3 months of payments. Everybody is not with mother-in-law who have son-in-laws who are multi-billionaires. So what do you think that's going to happen to a senior that has to go without their payments for 3 months? What do you think is going to happen? This man went without his payments for 2 months. Let's continue. What if that senior is in a nursing home? They're gonna be rolled out in the street, probably in a nursing, what are those nursing gowns and those footies that they were dropping the people off in downtown LA that came to hospitals and didn't have insurance, and they was dropping people off in downtown LA with them nursing gowns with the ass out and them motherfucking fuzzy footy slippers. Let's keep it a buck. I'm sorry. I'm going too far.
Look, let's be clear. That you keep $5,000 from them by announcing a policy, it's illegal. But there are backdoor ways to accomplish the same thing. DOJ is considering slashing up to 50% of the Social Security Administration's workforce. That means longer lines, more errors. And for everyone who gives up or who dies before they get their benefits sorted out, those delays and errors also turn into benefit cuts. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, so he doesn't need Social Security. He'd be glad to get rid of it, but only Congress can cut Social Security benefits, and Elon is trying a backdoor way. So, Mr. Bisignano, if you are confirmed in this job, will you commit to reversing these cuts so that seniors get the money that the law says they are entitled to?
What I will commit to is that I will run the agency and I will be in charge of the agency and I will look at every item you want me to look at.
So that's a no. You're looking at it right now. You're actually looking at it right now as she's giving it to you.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you just answered the previous questions by saying you would follow the law.
Yes.
The law is to deliver the benefits that people are legally entitled to. If you don't have the staff, if you don't answer the phones, if you don't fix the mistakes, people don't get what they're legally entitled to. So I want to know, are you willing to commit right now that you will put enough people back to work so they can do the job of delivering the benefits that Americans earned?
I will commit,
yes or no?
I will commit to have the right staffing to get the job done.
To get the job done, meaning delivering the benefits people are entitled to?
Yes.
I'm going to hold you to that.
I appreciate that.
Senator Young.
Welcome, Mr. Bisignano. Congratulations on your confirmation. And my mom, who's a Social Security recipient, told me I should really be at this hearing and kick the tires, make sure you're qualified for the job, because the Social Security Administration needs skilled leadership. They need effective administrators and people who will level with Congress about the finances of this program and all the rest. So it appears, based on your strong background, that you possess the requisite skills to carry out this mission. I can tell you, as someone who's represented the state of Indiana for a number of years, lots of my constituents contact.
We are going to bypass him. I already know. I suspect. I don't know. Let's see.
Context of improvements at the Social Security Administration, I'm impressed by the potential that AI might have to enhance government service.
Hold on.
We only answer half the calls. When we
In customer service, my constituents report a high volume of errors being made by Social Security payment centers. Those errors are particularly frequent when processing disability payments, and these errors can take months to resolve and correct, creating stress and uncertainty for beneficiaries. I don't know why there are so many errors. Do you commit to finding out?
Yeah, I've said that a 1% error rate, which the Inspector General reports, I believe, is probably 5 digits. Needs to move 5 digits to the right, decimal, starting with a decimal point. I think we'll do all the root cause analysis. We'll do all the process engineering and everything that's required to get to why we have them and how to eliminate them.
Sounds workmanlike. That's what I would want. You have an extensive background in the payment services industry, including overseeing large, complex payment systems. How exactly would you apply this previous experience to improve the payment processing systems of the administration?
Well, I think one thing is about this error rate. I think we have to understand it, and in there we're going to find a lot of opportunity to improve. I think when we look at what we do every day and how we do it. I do also say this idea of the phone rings. It takes us on average 20 plus minutes to answer it. We only answer half the calls. When we understand why all those phone calls come, we can figure out how to serve the American public a lot better. So to me, the job is to analyze everything we do. I know there's a lot of stats out there. I'm not in the department. I'm not doing anything there, but I look at all the data it produces and I see a land of opportunity.
There's a lot of conversation in our country within Congress about artificial intelligence and the promise it might bring to large organizations, efficiency.
The promises of taking jobs from the people that you are firing. That promise and the promise of not being able to actually do anything but talk. Will this AI be interactive and be able to solve the problems of any calls that they may be receiving? I don't know. Let's continue.
Reduction of errors and all the rest. So in the context of improvements at the Social Security Administration, I'm impressed by the potential that AI might have to enhance.
Okay, let's go on. Okay.
Headcount in decades. That I'm worried that's
phone, online, and in a moment. I'm glad I was to hear Senator Young's questions about his mom. I think those are exactly the questions that everybody in Colorado has. So thank you, Mr. Bisignano. Thank you for being here and your willingness to serve. I know how you understand, I hope, and this is your testimony, how important it is that Americans receive their Social Security benefits on time, and that if a problem arises, that they're able to resolve it quickly and easily, which they have not been able to do for a long time. And you've emphasized the need to, quote, the need to meet beneficiaries in the 3 places they want to be, including on the phone, online, and in person. But last week, the Social Security Administration said that Americans wouldn't be able to access a number of service options over the phone. Instead, they'll need to either use an online verification process or call to make an in-person appointment. The agency itself estimates that this will add 75,000 to 85,000 in-person visitors a week to field offices. As my colleagues have already said, wait times for appointments can already take a month. And that in-person appointment is only going to get harder to make if the agency cuts 7,000 employees and ends up with the lowest headcount in decades. That I'm worried that that's not going to meet the American people where they are. I realize you haven't been over there making these decisions. I know you spent a lot of time in the private sector, and I know that there is no well-functioning corporation that would have the kind of weights that we're talking about here. And so I think when it comes to Social Security, really the American people are the ultimate shareholders, not the members of the Senate and not you. It's the American people and Senator Young's mom that matter. I want to ask you whether you'll commit to hearing from my constituents in Colorado and people across the country before making cuts to staff or before restricting access to customer service. I guess the point I'm making is don't just make assumptions about it, but let's engage your customers, our constituents, the true shareholders, in a discussion about how best to serve them. What are your thoughts about that?
First of all, thank you, Senator Bennett, and thanks for taking the time in your office with me previously. And I thought you were highly insightful, and I'm appreciative.
I hope my mom's watching.
I thought as I've watched,
I'm going to go on.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lubnick said that a couple of observations about where we are. I have no doubt that you approach this job with the faith that your private sector experience can help make the Social Security Administration work better. But I have no doubt. It has become clear to me that since Elon Musk's Doge took over the Social Security Administration last month, that this administration is intent on dismantling Social Security and cutting millions of Americans' benefits, including the more than 1 million Minnesotans who rely on it. And I don't think that I've heard anything today that has changed my assessment of that. And I honestly don't think that there's
I agree. I think that he's the Linda McMahon. He is to Social Security what Linda McMahon was to the Department of Education. Just sent there to make sure it's dismantled. Let's be clear. That's my opinion.
anything you could say, Mr. Bisignano, that would change that either. You recently said on CNBC that you are fundamentally a Doge person, and I take you at your word. So what I see happening here is that President Trump and Elon Musk's move fast and break things game plan is, in fact, breaking Social Security. As several of my colleagues have noted today, Musk recently called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time and described entitlement spending as the big one to eliminate. Commerce Secretary Howard Lubnick said that if Social Security checks didn't go out, seniors like his 94-year-old mother-in-law would just assume their check would come the next month, and that would be fine. Obviously, Secretary Lubnick is not in touch with the reality that 22 million Americans, including more than 16 million seniors, would be living in poverty were it not for Social Security. Missing a check means missing dinner. Last week, Acting Social Security Commissioner Leland Dudek threatened to shut down the entire agency in a fit after a federal judge informed him that Doge is not allowed to root around in people's private data. This is a travesty. And we can see what's going on here, and Minnesotans can see it as well. This is a wholesale effort to dismantle Social Security from the inside out. And this is not about rooting out waste and fraud and abuse. What's happening in the Social Security Administration right now, this is about undermining Social Security. Now, President Trump understands that Americans love Social Security, and so he's claimed that his administration won't touch Social Security. But that is not what is happening, and Americans can see it. They are crippling the Social Security Administration. They're making it nearly impossible for people to get their benefits. You know, Trump And Musk, President Trump and his administration, Elon Musk, are simultaneously trying to fire the people who make the Social Security system work. They're closing field offices and then requiring seniors and others to visit those offices to prove that the money that they need is theirs, that they earned. And I know what this means for Minnesota. I hear it from my constituents loud and clear when I was home last week and in my office today. Last week, the Social Security Administration announced that it would drastically reduce phone service and force people to apply for benefits in person. And yet a leaked internal memo acknowledged that this change would cause foot traffic and offices to rise sharply, but instead of expanding capacity, they're shuttering offices. So you can call this rank incompetence, or you can call it the don't know, don't care game plan that DOJ has taken across the board. But to me, it honestly looks like sabotage. So I know that Republicans are saying that they want to save Social Security, but this is a funny way to go about it. And if you want Social Security workers to feel like they're winning again, I can tell you that right now the public servants at SSA feel like they are losing, and the people that they serve are losing too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, sir. And thank you to Mr. Bisignano for being with us today. And just to start, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate many of my colleagues on the committee that they hit on some of the same themes and notes that I'm going to touch on today as well. Now, Mr. Bisignano, yes or no, do you believe that every American who has earned Social Security benefits deserves equal access to their benefits regardless of their zip code?
Yes.
Since his appointment in February, Acting Commissioner Lee Dudek has made several changes to service delivery at the Social Security Administration. One of those changes is a new requirement that all individuals applying for benefits or requesting a direct deposit change through the National 800 number visit in person a field office to verify their identity. Now, as you may know, New Mexico is a largely rural state. We're not the only one. In some areas, requiring folks to visit an office in person can mean driving several hours in one direction, making benefits harder to access. If confirmed, will you commit to completing an analysis of how this policy change will impact Social Security recipients in rural and frontier counties who will now have to drive and travel to access the services they've earned?
If confirmed, I will analyze exactly what this is about.
Mr. Bisignano, will you commit to not closing any field offices in New Mexico?
I have no idea whether I can make that commitment because I don't really know what the issue in New Mexico is, but I'm happy to look at it and come back to you, sir.
I think he just clearly told you what the issue was. I think he just clearly told you what the issue was.
You commit to not closing any field offices in rural and frontier America?
I think it is hard to commit to not doing things without ever having analyzed it. I commit to you or anybody that before an office is closed, they will be notified of the analytics and be a partner in the decision.
Mr. Bisignano, do you think Social Security beneficiaries would prefer to have their benefit claims handled by an American worker or an AI chatbot?
Can you ask me that question again, please?
Do you think that Social Security beneficiaries in America would rather have their calls answered by an American, a person, or an AI, artificial intelligence chatbot?
I think it's a choice of the beneficiary. I can't determine that for every beneficiary, but I think they're owed the option to do all of it.
When I call someone based on the wrong charge on a credit card or a ticket that I bought that I can't get my hands on, I keep pressing that 0 button until I get a real person. I don't like it.
I keep on saying, operator or representative, operator, representative. And then some of them, you can't even get around them. Please press 1 for this. And you have to know, operator, you got to wait till the end of the queue of the 9 options that they give you. They don't let you. Oh, man, I don't like that at all. I'm going to tell you personally, I do not like those type of answering service.
You're exercising your choice.
No, I don't want
You're exercising your choice, sir.
You know, it's nice to speak to someone that can answer the question instead of just wasting your time. And, you know, a chatbot that keeps saying, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Well, repeat yourself, answer your name, answer.
I did not get that. Can you repeat yourself? I did not get that. Can you repeat yourself? And then when you finally get to the human, they ask you the same motherfucking questions. The same motherfucking questions. Let's continue. I think, was that? Who was that? I think it was Direct TV. Oh my God.
You get the point. The social
Probably not very good chatbots.
None of them are. None of the AI chatbots are good. I'll say that.
It probably wasn't a good one. I agree with this man. None of them are good chatbots. None.
Security Administration stores a range of sensitive personal information, including medical information, bank account numbers, and social security numbers. Now, according to the acting commissioner, he's authorized several members of DOGE to access Social Security Administration systems and view the sensitive personal information that is stored at the agency. In our meeting, you confirmed that you've been in contact with individuals affiliated with DOGE. During this contact, has anyone affiliated with DOGE shared with you a justification for accessing the sensitive personal information of Americans outside of agency protocol?
I haven't talked to anybody in DOGE about anything around any of that, sir.
As an American citizen who was assigned a social security number at birth, do you feel comfortable with DOGE having access to your sensitive personal information?
I think I like to answer the question even more broadly, sir. I've spent my whole career protecting PII, whether it was at Citigroup, whether it was JP Morgan, whether it was First Data, and whether it was Fiserv. So I don't think it's a DOGE question. I think it's a everybody question. PII is PII, and it needs to be protected.
I appreciate that. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman, that was the answer you gave me in the office, that it needs to be protected. So I'm going to ask the question one more time because it sounds like we're in agreement here. As an American citizen who was assigned a social security number at birth, do you feel comfortable with DOGE having access to your sensitive personal information?
I guess I'm answering the question much broader. I'm not comfortable with having it exposed
You're
to
not able
anybody.
to say yes or no?
No, I think you're limiting the item to DOGE, and I'm trying to tell you the job is to protect all PII.
Do you feel?
Yes, he's limiting the question to DOGE because that is his question.
Comfortable with anyone having access to your sensitive personal information?
No.
I appreciate that we're on the same page here. And just, Mr. Chairman, I think that's what we're trying to illustrate here, is just to get to the bottom of this nonsense of what we see happening and people's information just being attacked. Who knows where it's going? There was an article this weekend about what's the name of that company that you said your DNA and then something 21?
23andMe.
And I saw article after one another saying, suggesting to people across the country, they should go in there and try to clean up their information because they don't know who's going to buy it. Well, what's going to happen with this? Anyhow, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Senator Barrasso.
Well, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much. Congratulations on your nomination. I think you're the right person for the job. I appreciate the chance we've had to meet and to visit because in Wyoming, clearly, office, including providing technical assistance as needed on.
Let me see.
And
I think he's a good questioner.
There was an article in the Washington Post that just was talking what's happened with DOGE, and the news is in on this. I mean, this isn't the delivery of the purpose of that mission. Isn't that right?
Will. I think it's all about will. If you want to get it done, it's not hard to get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Welch.
Thank you. I want to tell the senator from Wyoming that I commit to working with you, getting those benefits for terminally ill people. Thank you. We had a very good meeting, and I appreciate it. You've got incredible experience. And one of the things you have experience in is cutting costs and making things more efficient. Here's my question. When you did that, you would examine the function in the program and assess where changes could be made that might include changes that reduce personnel, but it also might be a function where you had inadequate personnel. And the point would be to enhance the delivery of the purpose of that mission. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And this gets to DOGE. Here's my problem with DOGE. It's not about efficiency. There's nobody here who doesn't want to have our committee run more efficiently. No, or our Congress run more efficiently. No, you first among them. This my point here is it's a point you've made, Mr. Chairman. But what's happened with DOGE, and the news is in on this. I mean, this isn't a debatable proposition. They're cutting first, shooting first, and aiming later. And it's really had incredibly damaging effects on what's going on. This morning, all of us are concerned about the service that is being provided to the citizens that we all represent. But there was an article in the Washington Post that just was talking about how the service is totally deteriorating. The wait times are longer than ever. That's been in the Wall Street Journal as well. And with DOGE doing this, isn't that upside down where they shoot first and aim later? just as a matter of process, not asking you to comment on the great Elon Musk.
That is the way they do business. If they fired the people who are in charge of the nuclear arsenal, what the fuck you think they're gonna do with Social Security?
What's the question?
The question is, doesn't it make sense for an agency whose goal is to have it place be more efficient to study the function first before they start firing people?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think that the agency needs is a multidisciplinary.
No, but I mean, that's what I'm asking. I mean, let's be just direct here. DOGE has sent out termination notices to people by DOGE employees who have no idea who the people are that they're firing. They just know they're on a list and they need a body count in order to be able to claim they're saving money. But nobody took a look at what the function was before they started firing people. I mean, have you ever done that in all of the time of your successful career that's been the hallmark of being able to make organizations run more efficiently? Would you do it that way?
No. I'm just.
All right. Well, that's the right answer. Nobody would do it. Well,
I'm not trying to get the right answer. I'm going to give the honest answer.
Nobody would do it that way. And here's the dilemma that you and every other nominee is in. Musk is running roughshod. He could care less about what the function is. He wants a body count. And he, from our perspective, has way more control over every agency than the head of the agency. And I'd much prefer to have somebody who, with your experience, looks carefully at what the function is and then makes determinations about how to improve the delivery of that function. So you're going to be under the thumb of DOGE. That's an aspect of this that worries me.
I'm planning on running the agency, reporting to the president, and I think the president has made it clear that DOGE is there for input, but the agency heads own their decisions.
Keep Musk the health social.
No. And he also said that the agencies are the ones who should are in charge of firing people. But Elon, he's going to be over, and if he doesn't feel like enough people have been fired, and then he may come in and do his thing. So let's be clear. Bullshit. Motherfucking 45, 47 is under the thumb of Elon. He paid for him to get to his position to stay out of jail. Let's keep it a buck. And Elon is getting every dime that he put into 45, 47, walking him around like a puppet.
Totally. One Vermonter contacted me about the death benefit. I think we talked about this in my office.
We did. I appreciate the time in your office.
1955, Mr. Chairman, is when the death benefit in Social Security was established. $255. It doesn't go as far today as it did before. And I want to work to have that come up to 2025 standards. Do you support doing that in a way that's fiscally responsible for the Social Security benefit?
As I say in your office, I'm happy to work on it with you.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo. Mr. Bisignano, welcome to you and to your family present today. Congratulations.
Thank you
on your nomination. Thank you for meeting with me in my office a couple of weeks ago.
I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to continuing our conversation. I want to follow up on some of the issues that we discussed in my office. When we met, I shared with you my strong view that retirees in Georgia who rely on Social Security deserve reliable, timely delivery of their full benefits with world-class customer service. And you've got a long record of delivering that in the private sphere. That's why so many Georgians and I were alarmed looking at what's happening last month when several news outlets reported that Elon Musk and his DOGE team announced on their own website plans to permanently close 5 Social Security customer service offices throughout Georgia. These closures in Brunswick, Columbus, Gainesville, Thomasville, and Vidalia would give Georgia the highest number of planned Social Security office closures of any state. Those 5 cities represent 5 counties with over 136,000 people who rely on Social Security benefits. But since I raised the alarm, since I made some noise about this, DOGE is suddenly out on X, I guess that's what you call the platform now, denying the closures that it posted on its own website. They posted those closures on their website. And now no one seems to know what's true or whether or not these announced closures will affect Georgians access to their benefits or other services. So, sir, I know that you aren't currently at the Social Security Administration, and perhaps you can't speak to the plans hatched by Elon Musk or Doge without you. But if you're confirmed to lead the agency, Americans deserve to know who will actually be in charge of their benefits. I think we heard an answer from you a moment ago from my colleague, but I'm going to ask you again for the record. Where will the buck stop on this decision, specifically with respect to office closures? As someone who represents a state where they announced 5 closures, I made noise about it. It was on their website. Then they withdrew them and acted like I made it up. They put it on their website. I just need to know, when it comes to office closures, who's going to be making that decision, you or Elon Musk?
Me.
That's a good answer. And so I hope to be able to follow up with you.
And I'm
on that.
100% available for you, sir.
What was that?
I'm 100% available for you.
I appreciate that. And not with, I appreciate that, but so that the seniors in my state.
He sounds ignorant for just the 5 minutes I've been watching. I missed it. What's the man's background? He is. I didn't hear his introductions, but it seems like he goes into companies and he that are failing, and he I don't know. Some of them sound like they are from another country. Now, I have a question that, since there are people in here, I don't know if any of you guys are watching it, but I'm having a hard time watching Warnock since I noticed something on him. And if any of you have this physical problem, it just irks me. I don't know why. I just start stretching my fingers. Doesn't it trip you out when people have that pinky that doesn't stretch all the way out? It has that bend in it. Have you guys noticed that he has that pinky that is permanently bent? Oh my God, that bothers me so much when people's fingers are bent permanently and they can't straighten them out. What causes that? Oh, so he's been chosen to shut it down. I don't know. What I say is, from his answers, to me, it appears to be like he is what Linda McMahon was to the Department of Education. He says he's a Doge person. Now, let's get back to Warnock, and I want you guys to answer me. What is wrong with people when they can't straighten their fingers out? It's on his hand closest to the left.
Those are the folks I'm concerned about.
Yep.
My
That
own
makes
mom
2 of us.
and others. Will you commit to keeping all field offices in my state open for Georgia seniors?
You know, I'm asked this question more than one time today, and what I will commit to is that there will be no decision made without you knowing about it. I have no intent to close field offices, but I've studied nothing on the topic. So it's a little hard to commit to something without.
I think study is a good thing. And what we've seen so far is no study, no real knowledge about what's going on, just an effort to close offices to be able to announce that you're addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. And we all know this is true, regardless of whether we're Democrats or Republicans, because then they've got to go back and rehire some of the people they fired. And you're a businessman, sir. And you said earlier you wouldn't operate in this way. And the reason I'm asking about these field offices and these announced changes, because it could lead to an increase of 7 million visits to field offices per year across the country. The fact that they're now not allowing you to call on the phone. An estimated 200,000 additional visits in Georgia alone, which is why, frankly, I think that it's a terrible idea. But if confirmed, will you commit to increase staffing at Georgia field offices to account for this massive expected increase in appointments and to help ensure Georgians can easily and efficiently make appointments? Let me be clear about what I'm asking. If you're no longer able to call on the phone, which is a decision that's already been made, and you got to go online or go to the office and actually have an in-person appointment, you're gonna have a backlog. So I want to know what's the answer to that. How is it that I can assure the seniors in my church that their lines are going to get longer and longer? I disagree with the Commerce Secretary, who said, well, if his mother-in-law missed a check, she wouldn't worry about it. I guess she wouldn't. Her son-in-law is a billionaire. That is not the story of the seniors in my church. Will you make sure that they have access to find out what's going on with the benefits that they have earned?
Senator, first of all, thank you very much. I've spent my career overseeing financial institutions, and today I serve 3,500 financial institutions in America. And that means we have community banks, rural banks, and I know what it means to have to serve neighborhoods and also serve rural communities. My commitment is that it will be a fact-based, rule-based organization we run, that we will ensure we have the staffing to get the best level of service for our constituents. So I'm giving you a longer answer, but we will have the talent that we need to get the job done at a service level better than today's.
I appreciate the answer. I'm just trying to get Georgia residents, senior citizens, the benefits that they have earned.
Yes,
No
sir.
one's giving them anything. They paid into the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Oh,
congratulations
so
to
we
you.
are
We
definitely
are
going
delighted to have you
to
before us,
end
and
now.
we look
This idiot right here, we will not entertain her. I think that's it. Okay. Any questions? Now, just two more things I want to show you. That will, I'm pretty sure that you guys may have heard of one of these. So I want you to listen to this. Okay. Real quick. These are real quick things. Musk responds to claim that Biden left the astronauts up in space to deny SpaceX a chance to save them. So I want you to listen to Musk and we're going to go forward on this real quick.
I remember when they would do the electric car stuff, they would always try to box you out, even though you have the only electric car anybody wants. You said, I think this week, that you think that Biden left these astronauts up in space because he didn't want to give you an opportunity to save them.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, they hear a dog outside. Okay, so I really want you guys to hear this. Let me continue this. Saucy, no barking.
Biden left these astronauts up in space because he didn't want to give you an opportunity to save them, make NASA look bad, make the private sector look better, make you look good. You believe that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, of course.
I kind of agree. Why would he want to let you help them come down when you're supporting the president?
The Biden administration was attacking the next level. The Department of Justice, or Injustice under the Biden administration, they were suing SpaceX. They're suing SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers. And we're like, but it's actually illegal for us to hire asylum seekers because rocket technology is.
So asylum seekers, actually, I do believe, I don't know. I can't be sure. I don't want to say that they have their green card. I don't know if he wanted him to hire asylum seekers. And I don't think that the Biden administration themselves were suing him. I think that he was under investigation by different agencies, these agencies that he came and dismantled, who I don't know anything about Biden suing him. I'm going to have to look that up, but I know he was under investigations of all of even the Department of Agriculture. I didn't understand how he was being investigated by them, but he was. So let's continue.
Covered under ITAR rules, which means it's an advanced weapons technology.
Yeah.
And so we can only hire permanent residents or green or citizens.
Right.
So we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. And we said,
Okay, so get that. So I guess those people on the H-1B visas that you bring over from India, you can't hire them? Or do they get citizenship because they have a work visa? Well, which one is it? Okay, let's continue.
So how can they sue us for not hiring asylum seekers when it's actually illegal for us to do so? But nonetheless, there was a big Department of Justice or injustice case about this against SpaceX.
A big, okay, injustice. Okay, not the Department of Justice, the Department of Injustice. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that they know the law. I'm pretty sure that the Department of Justice know the law. And I'm pretty sure Elon Musk is sitting up here lying. Let's continue.
So obviously it was an antagonistic situation. And those astronauts were supposed to be up there for 8 days, and now they're up there for 8 months. Does that make any sense? And we obviously could have brought them back sooner, but they didn't want anyone who supported President Trump to look good, basically.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Okay, so
as you look at what's
the reason they didn't use Elon Musk is because they did not want anybody supporting Trump to look good. So let me go here. Let's talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay. We're going to go to the Associated Press first. Or are we going to go to... No, we're going to go to the Associated Press first. Let's talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. The name of this article is in the description box. State Department halts plan to buy $400 million worth of armored vehicles from Musk Tesla. Okay. This was February 13th. The State Department has been in talks with Elon Musk Tesla company, to buy armored electric vehicles, but the plans have been put on hold by the Trump administration after reports emerged about a potential $400 million purchase. The State Department spokesperson said the electric car company owned by Musk, who has become President Donald Trump's billionaire advisor, aiming to dismantle agency and downsize the federal workforce, was the only one that expressed interest back in May of 2024 when Biden was president. While it was in the planning phases, the deal with Tesla was forecast to be the largest contract of the year. Ironically, while in its planning phases. This is what they're saying. This was February 13th. Okay. Tesla was forecasted to be the largest contract of the year. It shows how some of his wealth has come and will still was still expected to come from taxpayers. It shows how some of his wealth has come and was still expected to come from taxpayers before the plans were put on hold. His companies obtained hundreds of millions of dollars each year in contract. SpaceX has secured nearly $20 billion in federal funds since 2008 to ferry astronauts and satellites into space. So why is he sitting on the stage of the, I think this was the CPAC. Why is he sitting on the stage at CPAC saying that Biden did not want him, and he has gotten over $20 billion of federal money since 2008 to do exactly that? I don't know, but I just find it strange that he is sitting up there saying these things. I'm going to have to investigate this a little further. Okay, so the welfare queen, you should be happy to get your $20 billion in welfare and be a typical welfare queen and not have to work for it. Okay, Tesla has already received $41.9 million from the U.S. government, including payment for vehicles provided to some U.S. embassies. No government contract has been given to Tesla or any other manufacturer to produce armored electrical vehicles for departments of states, the agency said. Okay, the Biden administration had tasked the State Department to gather information from potential suppliers to buy these vehicles in September. An official request for bids was to be released in May, according to the State Department data from December. But that's solicitation is now on hold with no plans to issue it, the State Department said. After reports emerged about the plans to buy from Tesla, the State Department changed the data entry on its expected contract forecast for fiscal year 2025 late Wednesday. The State Department said it should have been entered into the system as a generic electrical vehicle manufacturer, but not Tesla. They entered it and then they changed it. It just should have said generic, not Tesla in particular. But there is at least another entry for a different purchase that continues to list a company, the German car BMW. Okay, so that's the end of the article. But that's not the end of the story. That is not the end of the story. So he has received all of this money. Okay. Why the dark sunglasses? It's because he don't want people to read his eyes when he's telling lies. I think it could be that, or the alleged recreational substances that is alleged that he indulges in. But that's not the end of that story. Okay, so let's that was February 13th. When did this story come out? February 24th. I'm sorry. A new document undercuts Trump administration's denials about $400 million Tesla deal. Okay, so let's see what the real story is. A Tesla Cybertruck. I don't need to see that. The controversy started in a very Washington way as a line item in a government spreadsheet buried on the State Department's website. It appeared as if the State Department was taking steps to award Elon Musk Tesla $400 million government contract to buy armored electrical vehicles to securely transport diplomats. The move to set in motion a lucrative contract to a company controlled by a high-profile ally of President Trump seems so bold, it surprised even long-time observers of the norm-busting president. Okay, so, and we do understand that was going to be the largest budget item on the list, going to Musk, $400 million. When asked about it, the State Department issued a statement saying that the purchase is now on hold with no plans of fulfilling the contract, pointing out that talks with Tesla began during the Biden administration. Okay, so it's not them, it's Biden. If Biden did this, it's not them, it's Biden. Biden left everything in a mess. So, it's not them, it's Biden. And the last article, it did say that Biden did show interest in electric vehicles for government purchase. Okay, so, but NPR has obtained a State Department document detailing that Biden's State Department planned to spend just $483,000, not 400 million, 483,000 in the 2025 fiscal year on buying electric vehicles and $3 million for supporting equipment like charging stations. It represents less than 1% of the hundreds of millions of dollars likely destined for Tesla vehicles after the Trump administration quietly revised the State Department's procurement document. So what happened now? Waste, fraud, and abuse where? So Biden was interested in spending 483,000 with 3 million for other things like charging station. So when 4547 came in, he changed it to $400 million to go to Tesla. I think that would cover the price of the election. I think that would cover that price. Okay. The vast discrepancy in the numbers raised the question, was it an error or a deliberate action? A former Biden White House official familiar with the State Department's plans told NPR the steps taken to advance $400 million worth of government business to Tesla appear to be intentional. I don't think it's a clerical error. It was likely someone who is new in the State Department who decided, okay, we're going to do this with Tesla, said the former official who was not authorized to speak about the matter. The person said the State Department and Tesla had agreed during the Biden administration to conduct research about armoring electrical vehicles, but no money had been set aside to purchase armored Teslas for the State Department. A total budget of $483,000 had been approved to buy light-duty electric vehicles as possible State Department vehicles. That plan was moving forward as recently as November of 2024, not Teslas. Okay, excuse me. Let me have a drink. The White House and Musk did not return multiple requests for comment. In a statement to NPR on Monday, the State Department spokesperson said the $400 million figure was an estimate, pointing out that it was in the early stages and it was not yet a full contract, but rather a proposal strictly to gather information. That's all it was. That's the current. That's what it was. It wasn't even a contract. Why are you looking at it because we had it in our line item budget? There's nothing to see here. The department spokesman added, the Department of State has no intention to move forward with the oh Lord, I can't say that word. They're soliciting with the offer or the search or whatever. Solicitation. Okay. In February, a February 13 post on his social media platform X, who is also a top White House official, said, I'm pretty sure Tesla isn't getting $400 million. No one mentioned it to me, at least. I'm sure if somebody mentioned it to you. It was in the budget. After the original procurement document attracted widespread attention, NPR reported that the Trump administration appeared to have quietly edited the document, changing the phrase armored Tesla to the more generic armored electrical vehicle without explanation. Eventually, the item vanished from the State Department procurement document. Okay, so let me enlarge this so you guys, if you can't see it clearly, let's take a look. Oh God, I'm sorry. Let's take a look at this document. Where is it? Please don't tell me I closed it. Okay. Is it still being was it ever being shared? Let me I don't know if I even presented it. Let me see. Okay. Let me show you where it actually was in this document. Here it is right here. You will see it highlighted, Armored Tesla Production Unit. Then they changed it to armored electrical vehicles, and then it disappeared. no longer on there. These are screenshots from the version of the State Department procurement document that was posted online, show how the plans to procure armored Teslas morphed over time. The State Department says the plans to purchase 400 million of armored Teslas originated with the Biden administration, but NPR's reporting show only that the Biden administration planned to spend less than $500,000 to explore whether electric vehicles could be armored for diplomatic use. The document claims it was originally published in December at the end of Joe Biden's term, but it does not appear in the Internet archives for that month. The $400 million item in the procurement document caused a stir since the Trump officials have not answered why the State Department appeared to be taking steps to pursue an acquisition of electric vehicles from Tesla, with the company's stainless steel Cybertruck likely being the most suitable option for armored vehicles. The proposed purchase amount would likely exceed what the entire federal government would spend on electric vehicles in 2025. The prospect of such purchase also puzzled security professionals who work with the State Department. I can't imagine why the government would even put dignitaries in a Cybertruck, said Jim McGuffey, an armored car expert who does not work with the State Department. Compared to other armored car companies out there, it just wouldn't make sense. Compared to the other armored car companies out there, it just wouldn't make sense. Is there any more? Okay, so the dates are off is the point. Biden the dates are off. Okay, Biden only wanted to spend $500,000, and then it appeared on this line item budget to actually buy Teslas. But Biden was no longer in office. So how did Biden's $485,000 to investigate into not to secure, just to see if it was a workable situation, turn into a guaranteed $400,000 procurement that was in the Trump's budget? So we're talking about a fraud. Are we still want to talk about fraud? No, we don't want to talk about that fraud. Okay, so this is who's looking over waste, fraud, and abuse. And this is the administration who has someone in the government looking at waste, fraud, and abuse. Did y'all know about that? I'm just asking. Did y'all know about that? So those are some of the things that I wanted to talk about today. Unfortunately, there are a couple of more things that I did not get to today. You can look in my description box. That is under, just add 3 more zeros to it. You will get those 2 articles. And the video is Let's Find Waste, Fraud, and Abuse 2. That's Elon Musk. The video I showed you. Let me see what else I have. This is one that I got to tell you. You guys may remember. When I heard this earlier on, I did a story about different states that were laxing. They were laxing the laws on child labor. So let's revisit this. The different states that had laxed laws on child labor. I definitely want to talk about this real quickly. Let me make sure I'm sharing it with you guys. Here we go. I talked about this story. This came out in, I think it was April 27th, 2023. New state laws are rolling back regulations on child labor. Okay, so I talked about this, all the different things that they would now be allowing children to do, like work in slaughterhouse, drive heavy equipment. And these are the 4 states that uh, law lawmakers in Republican-led states are proposing and passing legislation to roll back child labor regulations. In states like Iowa, Missouri, Ohio, I'm reading Ohio and Arkansas together, or Arkansas, as Stump Down calls it. Newly passed or pending laws allow companies to hire children without work permits. Now, that is a caveat that is very important, because if the children don't have work permits, if they get hurt on the job, they cannot get workers' comp. Be clear. And allow children to work together, work longer hours under more dangerous conditions in places like construction site, meat packing plants, and automobile factories. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is struggling to enforce existing federal regulation on child labor. But governors like Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas, they are allowing all different types of. So the Department of Labor reported a 69% increase in the number of children, many of them undocumented migrants, employed illegally by companies since 2018. Who are these companies that are employing migrant children? Are they being rounded up and taken to black sites in El Salvador? Okay, so that's one story. That is from 2023. So let's see what's happening in 2025. Since people are being rounded up in 2025 under 4547's administration. Where is that? Where is it? Okay, here it is right here. Of course, Florida debates lifting some child labor laws to fill jobs vacated by undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants. And they say, well, hey, if we cannot abuse the undocumented immigrants, how about the next best thing? How about the children? Okay, let me expand this. Okay. Florida has been working for years to crack down on employers that hire undocumented immigrants, but that presented a problem for businesses in the state that are desperate for workers to fill low-wage and often undesirable jobs. Florida Republican Governor DeSantis and the state legislature have a potential solution: children. The state legislator on Tuesday advanced a bill that would loosen child labor laws, allowing children as young as 14 years old to work overnight shift. If the new law is passed, teenagers may be able to work overnight jobs on school days. They are currently prevented from working earlier than 6:30 a.m. or later than 11 p.m. per state law. On school days, on top of it, the bill passed because let's be clear. They are suspending the Department of Education, and they have a lot of people that they want to spend the limited state education budget on, and it is not poor children. So understand that these let the states handle it. They are going to handle it, and the people who have the most will be handled first. So it may not be enough to dwindle down to the poor children and to the children with special needs. So, hey, you may as well work the overnight shift. Problem solved. Okay, the bill passed through the Florida Senate. The Florida Senate Commerce and Tourism Committee on Tuesday with 5 votes in favor of the loosened child labor restrictions and 4 against them. The bill would pass through 2 other relevant committees before being put to a vote with the full Florida Senate. DeSantis DeSantis is supportive of the law and has been vocal of cracking down on immigration, echoing President 45-47 rhetoric. However, economists have warned that could backfire, sparking further inflation and labor shortages. Why do we say we need to import foreigners, even import them illegally? When you know teenagers used to work at these resorts, college students should be able to do this stuff. A college student is different from a teen. DeSantis says last week at a panel discussion with Border Czar Tom Holman. Okay, my God. A Florida law was just signed in 2023 requiring employers with more than 25 employees to check their immigration status using a federal database known as E-Verify. Employers who don't comply with the law face fines of $1,000 a day. Is that it? Until they provide proof that their workers are legal citizens. Yes, we had people that left because of those rules, but you've also been able to hire other people. And what's wrong with expecting our young people to be working part-time now? Overnight is not part-time. I mean, that's how it used to be when I was growing up. I had a job when I was growing up too, but I wasn't working on overnight shift on no school night. DeSantis also said during the panel discussion, the Senate has been easing up on child labor protections for years. Last year, the legislature passed a law allowing homeschooled 16 and 7-year-old teens to work any hour of the day. The state Republicans led legislator on Tuesday will debate the new law, which also includes a number of changes, including eliminating working time restrictions on teenagers aged 14 and 15 if they are homeschooled, and ending guaranteed meal breaks for 16 and 17-year-olds. What's good about, where's the incentive of, so they just want to work them all the way through? Okay, the number of child labor violations in Florida has nearly tripled in recent years, according to the U.S. Department of Labor statistics. So there's that. Happy Wednesday. I hope that helped you guys get over the hump. Deplorable. Deplorable is exactly what it is. So all of these jobs that teens used to work, they weren't overnight jobs. They were jobs at McDonald's and different burger spots and little at the mall or at little stores. They definitely were not at construction sites, and they definitely couldn't work long hours at age 14. But you notice they are giving these leeways for people who are homeschooled. The caveat seems to be the homeschooling of it all. So I expect that they will, like they didn't check if people were legal immigrants. They will just assume that if you say you're being homeschooled, like, yeah, you're really being schooled at home, when in fact you're just a 14-year-old with a full-time job. Easy out. No verification. Let's go. I don't have to pay no workers' comp. Let's get it. All right, guys. Those are some things that I wanted you to check out. The links are in the description box. I thank you all for being here. I'm out of here. Hope you guys have a great day. and I may see you on the YouTube streets. All right, bye-bye.